Testing. Testing.
Just to let everyone know, we'll be getting started back in a few minutes. We're just waiting to get our quorum back, and then we'll get back started.
He answered all my questions.
Okay. Is there a motion to return from recess?
So moved.
Hang on. Are we ready to come back from? Are we ready to come back from?
Yes.
Okay. Can we get a motion to return from recess?
So moved.
Second.
By Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner Eggins to return from recess. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins, Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Jason Richards,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. If we can just start back with reading BZA docket, I believe it was 055-25.
BZA docket 055-25 is an after-the-fact variance for the property located at 1900 Dumaine in an HU RD2 zone parcel. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 21.6.A.8, Article 21.6.II.1, and Article 21.7, Table 21-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the placement of a shed in the corner side yard with insufficient setback from the rear and side lot lines. The Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance disallows the placement of an accessory structure in the side yard of a corner lot and also requires a minimum setback of 3 feet from the rear. The shed is currently placed on the corner side yard with a 2-foot setback from the back. Staff believes that the limited space to work with in the backyard is a result of the design and placement of the pool, which was permitted for and constructed concurrently with the primary building. The potential exists to replace the existing prefabricated shed with a purpose-designed shed to provide a footprint that complies with the CZO. The staff believes that the requested waiver for Article 21.6.A.8 fails to meet criteria 2, 3, and 6. In addition, the staff believes that the requested variances for Article 21.6.II.1 and Article 21.7, Table 21-2, fail to meet criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6 of the standard for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested waivers of the requested variances for the aforementioned articles.
Thank you. If you could give your name and address for the record, and then begin your comments.
Hello, I'm Shane Griffon, 1900 Dumaine Street. I am the applicant. Thank you for hearing my variance request today. I do apologize in advance that this shed was constructed without the proper permitting and setbacks. The pool was constructed concurrently. This was a kit, and to maintain the safe distance from the pool so that you could get around the pool area between the shed, I had it kind of set a little bit too close to the side and rear property lines. So now I have a proper path between the pool and the shed, but the shed itself is now too close to the property line, and I'm looking to get the variance to keep the shed where it's at. It's a prefab shed, and I was hoping that I would not have to tear down the entire shed and reconstruct it. Thank you.
Is that the end of your comments? Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 055-25? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
The question for the applicant, the survey kind of indicates this, but could you verify for us, what is the location of the shed relative to the house that's behind your rear yard? In other words, is it in front of it or behind it?
The shed is behind the house.
Behind the house. So that house is basically on the property line, your neighbor? On their own property line?
Oh, behind me?
Yeah.
There's about, I think, 3 or 4 feet from my from the
Correct,
fence.
but from North Roman Street property line, they're basically on the lot line. You're set back 2 feet, and
Yeah.
they're closer to the street.
Yes.
Okay.
I do have a question about the offset from the pool. Is that a required distance, or is that a just preference to have it be that far away from the pool? Is there a requirement about distance from edge of pool to a structure? You can have the structure right up against the pool, right? I understand what you're getting at, that you want to be able to walk around it, but I guess what I'm wondering is the pool on a, is the building on a, just sitting on concrete blocks, or is it sitting on did you make a foundation?
Yeah, it's on concrete blocks,
Uh-huh.
and then the blocks are, then have a
Right.
6x6,
So-
and they're strapped with metal straps to the
But they're not
foundation.
they're not set on are they set on a foundation? Did you dig up the ground and do a chain wall or anything under there? Is it just
No,
sitting on the dirt?
no.
So conceivably you could lift it up and shift it a foot and a foot and rebuild that foundation. Since it's not set in the ground, it's just sitting on top of the ground, right? The structure is
Correct,
sitting on the ground.
Correct. You would have to,
Yeah.
I don't know how one would do that with a structure of this weight. I guess you could use, I don't know, you're talking about deconstructing it and reconstructing it, or like using a crane to lift it and move it?
I'm not sure how you would do it, but I think, shifting it over as one unit, yeah, you'd have to lift it somehow.
And I do have several large cypress trees on the side of the house right there on the North Roman side. I'm not sure how I would get a crane or anything like that
Yeah,
back there.
but since it's a kit, can it be dropped? It's in four walls that come apart in the roof. How does it work exactly? I'm just,
It came in completely deconstructed, and it had to be constructed, like, create the frame and create the roof, and put, everything together, adhere to the frame and the base foundation. So it's not like it was like one wall and this wall.
Right.
It all came completely deconstructed in 2x4s and plywood and particle board.
yeah. But you could conceivably jack it, put some concrete blocks adjacent to it and roll it over onto them if you're working with a contractor. I'm just trying to figure out how to not tear it down and rebuild. Is there a way to just
Well, so
get it to
there's-
comply?
Yeah, so I guess you maybe have like a 1-foot strip of artificial turf, and then you have marble coping immediately right there. So I'm not sure if it's 1 foot from that coping, but the pool is actually surrounded by marble, and then you have like a little bit, maybe a foot or so of the artificial turf. So you're saying basically rip the turf up, move the blocks over, shift the whole structure.
Is it possible to shift the whole structure,
I
given
don't-
that it's it's not actually sitting on a true foundation? It's just sitting on,
It's-
it's effectively sitting on grade. So, I'm just thinking.
It's 12 by 8, so it's not tiny.
Yeah, but Avery Brothers move buildings. It's not.
Yeah, and
You
so
can jack
it's-
it up and move it.
The weird thing about this one is the structure itself is not even tied to a permanent foundation. So it's in this weird spot of, is this like a extreme application of what we're looking at? Because it is almost a piece of equipment in the backyard versus it being an actual building, right? So if we looked at it through that approach, look, the only way you could get in there and do it less intrusively is either one, disassembly of the building. Two, the other option is taking out a section of the fence in order to get a piece of equipment in there in order to move it a foot and a foot. But what are we really gaining by even going through that type of a movement or asking them to make that type of a movement with something that essentially is not even tied to a permanent foundation?
And it's really just a storage for pool stuff and tools. There's no electrical, plumbing, there's nothing going on in there.
If it wasn't as tall as if it wasn't taller than the fence, we probably wouldn't even know about this. To be
Yeah,
honest.
have you had any communications or complaints with your neighbors from the location of the shed?
I have not.
Okay.
I just don't want it to turn into something in the future where we've permitted something. So if there was a deed restriction or something on there, I don't know how you could.
Well, that
make
is
it-
one way. And what I've seen us do in the past is put a deed restriction in place that if the property is sold they would have to remove the structure. And that's one way it doesn't stay in perpetuity with the land.
I mean, it's funny because I've looked at these things and thought about getting one for my yard and kind of wondered myself, like how much of where's the permit
It's more than
requirement here? Because it is much more structural than one of those plastic ones, right? I mean, it was one of those plastic shed things
Yeah.
that, you know.
It came basically on a pallet that
yeah,
they
I've seen
dropped
that.
off, and then the guys just like, bloop, bloop, bloop.
I considered this for my backyard, so.
Right.
Yeah. I recognize the design of it, so I understand.
So just a confirmation from staff, is it at least beyond the front edge of the house behind this property?
It is not. The house on North Roman, I believe it's built right up to the right of way, so it would not be beyond.
Set back.
Wait,
It's
so-
set back 2 feet from the property line.
And is that house 3 feet from the property line? Or is it built to the zero line? Because if it's built to the zero line, it's beyond it.
Okay, you're asking about the space between.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a small setback, so basically the eaves of that house actually do extend to the property line, which is unusual. But the wall assembly has maybe, 2.5, 3 foot gap.
Make sure you turn your mic on next time, just in case.
But so just to clarify, the shed is set back from
Beyond the edge of the building?
the face of the building. And then the house at the corner is 3 feet from the corner, so it's so close. Just a foot off,
This
Yeah.
house is set back.
just a little bit. So this, I think we're saying.
When they were actually doing the survey, it took them a minute to back into, I guess, the coordinates. They actually found more space between my house and the neighbor, but they went with the original survey coordinates, I think, that had been done when the property was newly constructed in 2023. So I think I actually have a little bit further, but I know it doesn't show that on the exact survey that was submitted, but that was me speaking to the foreman that did the survey and his apprentice or technician. And there are actually 2 fences between my house and the neighboring house. There is an old hurricane fence, this is still there. Then the wooden fence that was permitted and built when the new construction was completed. There's
That's
that.
within- And that's within the property.
And then you have about a foot or two to, you get to the back of the shed.
What's the primary construction on this system? Is this a wood frame or what is it?
Yes.
I'm a little rusty, I'm gonna lean back to my architecture buddies on the board. What is the minimum setback requirement from? What I'm now concerned about is because it is a wood frame structure, instead of it being a poly product, its distance from the neighboring structure. So right now, it's roughly 5 feet from the edge of wall, but it's only, let's say, roughly 2.5 feet from the extent of the overhang. So just concerned from that standpoint of, if granting it, are we granting a combustible structure so close to the neighboring property at this point?
I think anything within 3 feet of a property line is supposed to be rated.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now, trying to figure out how to get that without creating an impact, right? But now I still have to make sure that we're not about to grant something that creates a bigger issue for the neighboring property, who doesn't have any control over where the building is placed.
All right, so can you, exactly how is it built? It's wood framing, what's on the outside of it? Is it like hardy panel?
Like
or is
hardy.
it, it's like hardy?
It's a paneling, but it's not hardy. I'm actually gonna replace it with hardy. I'm working with the city on that actually right now.
Okay, so I would say if you could replace it with hardy and then it has gypsum board on the inside of it, then I think it would satisfy the rating.
1
I
hour
think we
rating.
could let that go.
The 1 hour
And,
burn rating, yeah.
But is it finished on the inside, or is it just raw wood?
You would need to also, the city, safety and permits could guide you through this as well, but you will need to have for the, just for the back wall that faces your neighbor, you just need a finish on the inside of it as well.
I've been going back and forth, I believe it's with Miss Grace Espinoza,
Okay,
maybe, on those exact questions.
Yeah.
And I tried to schedule a meeting with her last week in her office, but we didn't get
yeah,
on the
so,
same page.
I don't think anything, I mean, you would still need to get this through the building division, but those would be the things that we know that need to be done. Otherwise, it's.
Yeah, that's the only
yeah.
outstanding item that I have
Okay.
currently right now with the permit,
All right.
other than the variance, sorry.
Mr. James, do you know how to make a?
I think I might be
proviso?
able to cook something up.
Okay.
Madam Chair, for motions in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
All right, so with regards to BZA docket number 055-25, my motion is for, a motion would be for approval of the requested waivers. Article 21, Section 21.6.A.8 for accessory structures and uses in corner lots. Article 21, Section 21.6.2.1 for the shed location. And Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 for permitted encroachments into the rear yard rear yard with the shed structure. Just based on the conversation here today and alternative means, I think we would address the 9 criteria, but I would ask for, in this case, let's see, there are 4 provisos that, wait, I'm sorry. I want to make sure. All right, so I want to, this is the one noted proviso that's at the end of the sheet, at the end of the staff report. But I would add a second establishing that before this is approved, safety and permits would have the chance to look at this plan, but then confirm that the exterior walls of the structure will be modified to provide at least a 1-hour rating on the primary envelope if it's going to remain in the same location.
And that would be
And-
the
oh.
portion that's within the 3 feet? So like that rear wall?
I'm gonna say the full structure, because it's that part. Because once it starts, it goes. So I would just go with the 1-hour rating on the perimeter wall, and that really just means hardening on the exterior, chip wall on the interior. And I forgot, thank you for catching that, Commissioner Diaz, and add a third proviso to add a deed restriction in place that at the moment, if and when this property is sold, that the that this structure is then removed ahead of that final sale.
And I'll second that. I just want to add a quick note that you want to look at the UL ratings for firewalls for
Correct.
1 hour, because you may, given that it's a little shed, there may be a way to do like an OSB or something that you can screw into rather than sheetrock for the inside, but you need to look at, maybe
Something
get with
that's-
somebody
yeah.
that's a professional, that you can figure out what that finish would be, other than sheetrock. So, just to give you some flexibility, because I know it's using it for storage, you want to be able to screw into it, so.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the deed restriction, that is not something I want to, kind of have in place, or I would not like that. So I guess alternatively, if I looked into potentially having the whole thing moved,
Well, so the deed restriction is, yeah.
Meeting the deed
like
restriction.
moving it the 1 foot to get it to 3 feet, like figuring that piece out.
You coming into compliance.
And
So
then-
you
Yeah.
here's the thing, we can either, we're sticking with, at least in terms of my motion, I'm sticking with the motion as presented. You have 2 options.
Okay.
Come in compliance with the 3 provisos as noted, or move the structure to bring it into compliance.
Got it.
And the
If
reason.
that happens, it's no longer, the deed restriction doesn't apply.
Right,
Got it.
and the reason for that is if you sell it or whatever, just to say that somebody can't come in and then build a more permanent structure that is,
Correct.
within the boundary of that roof.
That's
And use it as a.
quick question about that. I mean, is there a vested right in it being there? Because if somebody were to tear it down and rebuild it, they would also have to comply with the code.
But then it would have to be within the required setback conditions. I think
That's
once
what
you
I'm
tear
saying.
it
So
down,
is-
because once you bring it to 0, the nonconformance goes away.
But
So-
you could build on, theoretically, somebody could say.
Adding on to it, so if we want, I could amend the motion.
Non-conforming condition.
I'm setting up a non-conforming condition, but maybe I could clarify on the last proviso. We're just complicating this so much for my chairwoman.
Because we're really having we're at the motion stage.
Yeah, and the
and we're
motion is
kinda
usually not
going
open.
back and forth.
Yeah, so let me just, if y'all okay with it, let me amend my motion, and on the last proviso related to the deed restriction, that which would basically ask them to remove the condition, that deed restriction also established that the nonconformance cannot be expanded upon.
Need a second again? I'll second again.
I don't think you had seconded the first time, but thanks. With regards to BZA docket 055-25, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, and adopting the commentary as well as submissions from the applicant today to support establishment that the 9 criteria have been met, subject to 3 provisos, noting the amendment to the 3rd proviso. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
As noted at the start of the meeting, the board will recess for approximately 30 minutes around 1 p.m. Would the board make a motion to recess now at
Excuse me,
1:11?
before we do,
Okay.
you do have the option to recess now if you would like, but the applicant for BZA 06225, the last item on the agenda, one of the appeals, they had expressed that their counsel will have to leave very soon, and they asked if they could be moved up on the agenda. So would the board consider a suspension of the rules to hear that out of order?
I don't have an objection to that. Yeah, sorry. Madam Chair, if we could suspend the rules in here, docket number 62-25 out of order.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James. I believe that was a second by Commissioner Richards, to suspend the rules to hear item number 25, BZA docket 062-25. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
In addition, there was a public comment that was received on the deadline. However, they didn't confirm their identity until the next day, and so we would like to ask for you to suspend the rules to include that.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Richards, to suspend the rules to accept additional public comment on this item. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
I will email that right now.
And good afternoon, this is
Before you get started, I
sorry.
just need to read the rules and procedures for public hearings. Rules and procedures for public hearings, appeals of the decisions of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. The following procedures shall be observed during the appeal hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The representative of the Department of Safety and Permits shall present to the board the decision which is under appeal, the relevant code sections relating to the appeal, and any information explaining the department's decision. The applicant or representative will speak next. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 15 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 5 minutes. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments has the power to hear and decide appeals where it is alleged there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by an administrative officer in the enforcement of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The board also has the power to hear and determine appeals from applicants who have been refused a building permit because of a violation or conflict with the zoning ordinance or the official map of the city. The applicant's appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustments is governed by Section 5-408 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter.
Thank you. My name is Dan McNamara. I'm the Chief Zoning Official for the City of New Orleans. As the board may be aware, I've requested a deferral in this matter. I had some issue with technology, which prevented me from timely filing responses to the applications. And for that reason, I'm asking for a deferral for 30 days until the next meeting, and hope to have the responses to the CPC shortly. There are a number of people here the applicant and others who are here to speak in opposition to that, or at least in opposition or in support of their motion. So I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 062-25?
Yes, we are opposing the deferral, but.
If you could speak into the mic and give your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, wow. My name is Vonda Brooks, and I'm speaking on behalf of, we don't want the deferral because we're already here today, but I live next door to the property in question. And so the issue today is the zoning of a new bar being established at that new location. And to be clear, this is not about closing an existing bar. It's about the Milan Lounge that was closed for good. So a new bar wants to be put into its place, and the zoning has been lapsed, it has been given up. But during the run of the city's, during the run of the Milan Lounge, the city's quiet hours were not respected, and there was no peace for us as residents. And because of the smoking laws and COVID and the size of the actual interior where the popularity outgrew it, patrons were pretty much forced outside onto the street, and it was a direct disturbance to us on a regular nightly basis. So none of the noise ordinance or nuisance laws, none of that was enforced during that time. And these are recent events that occurred. So I had also included videos onto my comment section, which was also put in at the time of the closing of the comments. And on that video, it would show that there has been racial slurs that was given out there on the sidewalk against us. And our house, is right next to the Milan Lounge, and that's where the bar is. There's nothing that a new owner can do to prevent or to manage, or they're not legally obligated and have no authority to manage anything out there on that sidewalk with a bar, which would actually occur. And we are the ones who are actually directly affected by it. And so it has caused very bad tensions between us and that bar in the past, and there's nothing that can be done to prevent that from happening again. So we're asking that this is not deferred because of all of those reasons. And these issues are fairly recent. So the men that were saying that nighttime on that video, they were, I'm sorry, I'm just nervous today. No one can say that we should have to expect that type of behavior, and we will actually have that occur to us again if a new bar is put into that position. We're the ones who are the permanent residents there. We're the property owners that live there and pay our taxes there. They are just a concept that's looking to get into a residence that we are already established members of the neighborhood. So they do not have the proper license, permits, zoning at this time. They, in January of this year, that particular property was denied zoning when they tried to apply for a business license, and they were denied by zoning. In February, they went to a legal hearing because they were operating illegally by the ABO license committee for operating illegally for 7 straight months. And in March, they were closed. So this happened very quickly. We went and spoke to safety and permits after they closed, and they were said that no bar can be put there because it is zoned as residential only. And now, all of a sudden, the bar has zoning to put in a new bar. So that's what we are objecting to. It is our safety that's at issue right here. It's our peace in our home, and we want our rights as adjacent property members to be preserved in this decision. So we are objecting to deferment because we are all here, and other adjacent members of the community are here who are directly affected. Those people who own that new bar and the property owner, the landowner, they do not live there. They will never have to deal with the consequences of the actions of that bar, but we're the ones who have to always live with it. And we want to make sure that we have the peace. There's been nothing but peace there since that bar is closed, and we want to maintain it.
Is I think the end of your comments. Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 062-25?
Yes, good afternoon, board members. My name is Colin Brooks. I live at 413638 Britannia Street, and I appreciate you hearing my comments today. I'm a lifelong New Orleans resident, lived here my whole life. That was my wife. We've been married over 30 years, raised our 2 children here, and they went to school here, graduated from LSU. We love the city of New Orleans. I want to make that clear. So we fell in love with this house on Britannia Street. It was our dream house, okay? It's got fireplaces in every room, high ceilings. But I'm not exaggerating to you when I tell you that this bar has turned our dream into a nightmare. I mean, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on our house. And what we experienced is a bar that had no concern for the residents. They would routinely be on the street, on the sidewalk, right near our window until 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay, talking, smoking, loud, drinking. I've had to clean up vomit from the side of my house. I've had people vandalize my car. I've had people urinate on the grass. And you know, the irony is when we went to, I went to speak with the operators of the bar, and I said, hey, maybe you could just be considerate of your neighbors. You're in a residential area on a small residential street. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Milan Street, but I said, maybe you could just be considerate of your neighbors and ask your patrons to go inside and keep the noise down after midnight. I didn't think that was too much to ask. And they totally just disregarded us. They basically gave us the middle finger, honestly. They gave us the middle finger, and instead of trying to maybe mitigate the noise or reduce the noise, which they could, because they actually have a patio behind this bar. It's a small bar, right? Occupancy maybe 20 people. So they have a patio behind the bar, but instead of maybe asking people to stay inside or asking people to be quiet after midnight, instead they became hostile towards us, okay? And they started yelling racial insults and profanities at our house, saying that we shouldn't complain about the bar. Well, the fact is, you know, we're residents too. We've invested a lot. We love this city. If they're gonna be in a residential neighborhood, they should support the neighborhood. They should be a positive impact on the neighborhood, and they're simply not. And we submitted comments, and I hope you all will read them, from the Touro Neighborhood Association, which represents almost 2,000 homes. And they've strongly said that this bar should not be in a residential neighborhood. We also have several of our neighbors here today as well. I'm sorry.
That's the end of your time.
I have 5 minutes. I'm part of the appeal as well. Colin and Vonda Brooks. So we were told we'd each get 5 minutes. Is that not correct?
Did you do 5?
I believe that
Did you put 3 or 5?
it's 2 minutes for.
I thought we said 5 minutes for each filer of the appeal.
Yes. Under appeals. You can go ahead.
Okay. So
5 for the applicants. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to be clear that the bar has been a nuisance for many years, okay? We're here today with other residents. They'll get a chance to speak. They've lived in this neighborhood for decades and complained about this bar. And the city, they have quiet hours at 10 p.m. It's not enforced, There's nothing you can do when they're loud, and the bar has simply said, well, we can't control what happens outside. So I know there's a historical argument that says, hey, this bar has been here for a long time, but I just hope that the board will consider that there have been many things throughout history where people have argued, hey, this is the way it always has been, right? It's always been like this, so let's continue. But a wise person would see that sometimes you have to make change, even though it's difficult, okay? And the fact is that this location is no longer suitable for a bar. Smoking used to be allowed indoors, but, and bar owners, by the way, fought that. They said, no, hey, we don't want to stop smoking inside. It's going to kill our business. Smoking got stopped anyway, and their bars still exist. So I just say that we have to be strong in terms of changing when change is necessary. And the fact is that this bar lost its non-conforming use license, and it closed. And now they want to open a new bar in a residential area next to our house when there are plenty of commercial areas available for bars to be open, both on Magazine, Upper Line, Ferret, St. Charles. So I really just ask that the board will consider denying this request for a delay and just rule that this bar should not continue. I'm concerned. The bar has been gutted at this point, but the owner of the building wants to continue to build it, and I don't want to come back here in 30 days and hear them say, oh, we've spent all this money building this bar, and now we can't stop it. So that's my primary concern with the delay, and so thank you for your time. And also, yeah, so our attorney is going to speak as well. James Carter.
How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. James Carter on behalf of the Brookses. As a former city council member and a person who know the Brookses personally, these are some of the finest people that you ever would want to know, business people and real productive citizens in society. As we all know, you all are professionals, you know that the comprehensive zoning ordinance was done to make sure that we have consistency and also to improve the way that the city deals with land use issues. In this particular case, we know that the bar is attempting to engage in something that's actually a privilege and not a right, right? Because this is a non-conforming use, the fact that they're able to operate at all is a privilege. In the context of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, we know that that it's not even a permitted use. It's not a permitted use to have bars in this particular area, and that's for good reason. This is a residential area. And the fact that residents of that area, particularly residents that are adjacent to this particular facility, are supposed to be giving, according to the ordinance, particularity in terms of their consideration for a matter like this. This particular bar lost its ability to operate as a non-conforming use by virtue of not having its liquor license for 7 months, and was given its permit to operate improperly, illegally, if you will. I'm asking on behalf of my clients and other residents that are in the area that you all do the right thing and allow not for this bar to continue to operate. Also like to say that in addition to the non-conforming use and the fact that this particular area is not zoned for bars in the first place, that there's some other aggravating facts that should be considered. As a part of the record, my clients have submitted information and an actual video that shows patrons of this particular bar actually hurling racial epithets in their direction. That's exactly the reason why, this type of atmosphere should not be permitted in this particular area. They lost their non-conforming use. This bar is an irritant to the neighborhood. These people are being harassed by individuals who are patrons of that particular neighborhood. It is a privilege, not a right, to operate in a non-conforming use. And for those reasons, in clear violation and dereliction of the ordinance that's relevant and pertinent to this particular matter, we're asking you not to allow this particular business to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Could you give your address for the record?
Personal or business?
Business is fine.
All right. 1100 Poydras, Suite 1475, James Carter and Associates, and I'm proud to represent and present on behalf of the Brookses.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 062-25.
To clarify, am I just talking to the deferral or to the objection? And for how
Both.
long?
You have 3 minutes, and it's to both. We do have a deferral request that's being considered.
Okay, I am opposed or object to the deferral. As a TBNA board member for the Neighborhood Association that voted to support our immediate neighbors, we are here and we're ready, and we've been anxious to get here, and we thank you for hearing us. I'm a 37-year neighbor of the Milan Lounge. I live about 3 blocks away. I'm a former civil servant. I appreciate your service here today. I worked for the federal government for 35 years. And on this board of the Neighborhood Association, and in my duties as previous member of the Turo Bulani Security District, I want to say that our groups have always supported the most immediate neighbors with their issues on all laws, rulings, and regulations. Again, I really appreciate you being here and the work that you do. And this, to be very clear, that this property is now zoned HURD2. This is a residential property. The bar closed in March. They had been out of license a long time ago. They didn't even have an occupational license for a long time, and it should have been closed a long time ago. I've been told as recently as yesterday by some defiant proponents of this variance that this group was going to get whatever they wanted anyway because of their representation, and that they were going to get it regardless of the time, the effort, and anything else it took. And I resent that because I believe in the process and I believe in you, and I think that that law will be upheld, and I appreciate you being here. It is concerning that the current tenant seems to have believed that the beverage license would stick with the new location, but it'd been out of force for a long time. There's an issue about video poker that's being played there. We don't know how that factors in. This has been non-conforming. The previous bar, as you've heard, is a problem. The current tenant wants to have a bouncer, but a bouncer keeps people out of the bar, not in the bar, which is not the problem that we have. We need the people to be in the bar, not out of the bar. The people that are opposed or want the variance are some neighbors that have taken out windows in their houses, but they still like drinking there on a very free or frequent basis at any time of the day or night they want. The next tenant wants to let people in as late as 1 a.m. on weeknights and 2 a.m. on weekends. There's been no mention of how to stop any of the problems that have occurred in the past. They say that the residents that have bought houses should have known that there was a bar there, but I can attest that the Brooks did not go looking at houses between 11 and 3 in the morning to find out what they would see.
That's the end of your time, ma'am.
Hey, it's a commercial, this is not a commercial area, and there's plenty of commercial places
Thank you.
that they could have their restaurant and bar.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 062-25? If you could come up, please.
Hi, my name is Robin Brooks. I live at 4138 Britannia Street with my parents. They just came up here and smoke. So I've lived directly across from the bar for the last 2 years, ever since we moved in. And as a young person, I can say that I understand the appeal of a neighborhood bar. You know, my friends and I were initially excited to have like liquor and good conversation just a few paces away from where we stay. But unfortunately, the Milan Lounge, and from what I understand, the bars that came before it were not good neighbors or not good bars. The liquor that the Milan Lounge sold was under expired licenses, and the good conversation became heckling, retching, and harassment right outside of our window well into the night. I mean, I personally have a window that faces the bar, and I've had trouble sleeping at 1 a.m. With my friend over because there was someone literally puking just right outside. Bar patrons were allowed to make this kind of noise out on the sidewalk during the city's quiet hours. They were allowed to litter where they please without consequence. especially during Mardi Gras. Looked like a train wreck came through there. And they were allowed to take parking spaces from residents trying to go home after a long day of work. I've seen firsthand the total transformation that has occurred on Milan Street ever since the closing of the Milan Lounge. It's been cleaner, quieter, and more able to handle the traffic. So I think we should let this neighborhood stay a neighborhood and give some peace of mind to not only me, but also everyone else who has to deal directly with the consequences of its operations. As you might notice, a lot of people who came out here today in support of not allowing a new bar to come and open are the ones who have to directly deal with the consequences. We live right on Milan Street. We live right across from the bar. We have to deal with the vandalism. We have to deal with the harassment. We have to deal with the noise. So I just hope that you respect our stand as homeowners and renters and give us some peace of mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 062-25?
My name's Joseph Powell. I live at 4137 Britannia Street, and I also own the house at 1409 Milan Street. I'm here speaking against the deferral and against the zoning variance. I've seen a lot of changes in this neighborhood in 37 years that my family's owned this property. And unfortunately, in the last 10 years, none of them have been good. The man that owned that bar for a long time had total respect for the neighborhood. He made it fit in. At 10 o'clock, the only thing you saw there was the light bulb outside. Unfortunately, the smoking logs everybody keeps talking about changed things, and Mr. McCammon sold the bar. It went to being a menace at that point. Now, when the bar was open, I woke up every morning to beer bottles, beer cans, drink cups, Jell-O shot cups, vomit, feces in my yard because people who are extremely intoxicated have no respect for property. Things change, and the crowd that patronizes these type have gotten younger, and it seems like a whole lot of respect has gone out the door with that. Now, with that being said, it's a residential neighborhood. Mr. McCammon told me that when he passed on the license, when the Milan left, it was done. Nobody else could ever get another bar license. The man that owned it was telling me that. Now all of a sudden somebody wants to grant a variance? No, it's residential use. Our neighborhood is composed of senior citizens. I'm 66. I speak for my sister who's 68. Mr. Patrick Gentile, who can't be here today, is next door neighbors at 4130 Britannia, is suffering terribly from Parkinson's, and he has been kept up night after night after night, while the Milan has been closed for 2+ months. It has been so nice having a normal neighborhood. Only thing we want is the same thing that people on Marengo and General Pershing and Pitt and Perrier get to experience, a nice, normal neighborhood without being constantly disrupted, woken up in the middle of the night, threatened. I've walked my dog past the bar when it was open. I got a lot of FUs because they knew I opposed the bar in the neighborhood. They knew it. Things change. The corner of that same building where the bar is, 4200, used to be a grocery store. Guess what? It closed. The current property owner, Mr. Bobby Haylock, he didn't have any problem changing that into a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. So why should he have a problem changing the Milan bar into an apartment? It's enough. I'm 66.
That's the end of-
tired.
Thank you. That's the end of your time.
Thank you for your consideration.
I'm sorry? Okay, what's your name and address for the record?
Andrew Brooks, 174 Interchange Road.
You can go ahead, sir.
Please excuse my anger. This is worn thin on me. Perfect example. One time, when I spoke to the owners of the Milan, they were having a second line party and parade. Ask them why didn't they get permits signed from all the neighbors, which was necessary, that says we're okay with you closing the streets. They told me they'd do whatever the hell they wanted to do. I called 311, got that changed. Well, guess what I woke up to the next morning? The phallic symbol on my windshield of my truck, the back of my pickup truck being filled with beer cans, beer bottles, and a sign on the side that said, "You should have joined the party, asshole." This is the demeanor of people. And it's a shame. It is a shame. We should all be ashamed. We should be ashamed for having to come up here and defend our right to have a normal neighborhood. I see no reason why there should be a deferral. It's cut and dried. This is cut and dried. It is a residential neighborhood. The grandfathered in permit for a bar is gone. I don't know about the liquor license. I'm no attorney. I'm speaking as a resident. Family-owned resident for 37 years. And like I say, the last 10's gone to hell in a handbasket. And you know what? I will not speak against Mr. Rowland, the man that wants to open it. I heard he's got all these letters talking about what a great guy he is. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's a great guy. That has nothing to do with wanting another bar in my neighborhood. What if it was your neighborhood? How would you feel? I wrote all of you a letter. I hope someone took the time to read it. There should be no 30-day delay. Everybody knew what was going on. There's no sense giving somebody an opportunity to spend more money and go, "Oh, I've already invested." Take it out. They can walk 2 blocks to Fat Harry's. They can walk 2 blocks the other way to Miss May's. They can walk 4 blocks the other way to Kingpin. We don't need a bar. It adds nothing to the quality of our life. Nothing. Thank you for your patience with me. Please consider it as if you were a homeowner in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 062-25? Anyone here in opposition?
Good afternoon, Board. Keeping it brief, fully support the staff's recommendation, especially since we were not given any sort of note, page in which to review. We definitely feel for everything that's been said by the neighbors. As one point of contention, and I know it came up in the last, is that the folks that we are representing are the new bar that has yet to open and has never been responsible for any of the terrible and vulgar obscenities used in the past. And of course, we are looking forward to a very responsible and very respectful partnership with the neighborhood. With that said, I will go back to my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Like I said before, there's nothing that a new bar can do to target our issues. Our issues are that the patrons have nowhere to go but outside because of the new laws of the smoking laws and the size of that interior. They have no legal rights to manage anything that happens outside on that sidewalk, and there's nothing that a new bar owner can do to curtail that. No matter how much good intentions they have, they will not be able to do anything against what we want to have done in a neighborhood. That zoning ordinance is for the preservation of the neighborhood, and it's zoned as residential only for a reason, because people like us need to have protections as well. It is not just one particular bar or one particular property that's allowed to destroy the peace and enjoyment of their homes for all of the surrounding residents that are surrounding it. We, as adjacent property owners, according to that comprehensive zoning ordinance, should have the right of our rights preserved.
Yeah, and I would just like to add that, you know, I don't have nothing to say bad about Mr. Rowland either. I don't know him, but he came to our neighborhood meeting and he presented his plan, and the neighborhood association said, we do not want this bar in our community. This gentleman has 2 other bars. They're on Ferret Street. They're in commercial areas, and they close at 10 p.m. But he came to our meeting and said he wants to open till 2 a.m. And then, you know, interestingly enough, the association said we don't want a bar. Neighbors have said we don't want a bar. So what does this man do? He hires a consultant who gets 40 or 50 people who don't live anywhere near us. Some of them live in Gentilly, some live in New Orleans East, to say, oh, you're a great operator. We think you should open a bar. There's been a bar there for many years. To me, if you are somebody who cares about the community, as that gentleman said, you would say, you know what? This neighborhood doesn't want me here. I'm actually a business owner as well, okay? And I've taught business at the University of New Orleans for almost 30 years. And I can tell you that a responsible business owner has the support of the neighborhood. And this bar simply does not. There are plenty of areas where you can go and open a bar on Magazine Street. There's at least a dozen areas that are empty. So it doesn't add up. You know, why get a consultant and bombard this board with comments that are not relevant? They don't live in the community. So that's all I really have to add, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Oh, any questions for us? No.
Oh, we'll let you know if we need you. I know we had a request similarly from staff earlier, and I did clarify to the audience that when we don't have an actual report from staff to review, and especially in this situation when we're trying to consider whether or not the Department of Safety and Permits made an error in their decision, which is what we consider for appeals, it's difficult to do that without all of the information. So the request is from Safety and Permits for a deferral, as acknowledged, not being able to submit what we need in order to evaluate that decision. So I just wanted to add that caveat as to why the deferral was requested.
Can a hold be put on their permit during this 30-day period?
So any questions need to be addressed at the mic. We can't just take outbursts from the audience, as we discussed in the comments that I read at the beginning.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I just wonder if a hold could be put on their permit for this 30 days.
So
because
we don't have any
Authority.
bearer or, authority on the issuance of the permits, the holds on the permits, and that has come up before with our board. Our board is only considering the appeal, so anything dealing with that is through Safety and Permits, through other measures or mechanisms, so we can't really request that or address that at this board.
Thank you.
If I could just, for educational purposes.
Can you speak into the mic, please, ma'am?
For educational purposes, if we were given a month to people to apply or submit everything, and they didn't have time, is that our problem?
It wasn't that they didn't have time. If you listen to the staff's comments, there were some issues with technology to be able to submit the proper report that we need to do our consideration. So that's why the department asked for a deferral.
We had 30 days, but that wasn't enough, right? Is what
So-
you're saying?
So there was a technology issue. It wasn't anything within their control that they couldn't submit what we need, but we don't have what we need to even evaluate whether or not there was an error in the decision. So it would not be appropriate for us to even consider this because we don't have all of the information that we need to make a decision.
And to kind of help give clarity, and because it's a bit frustrating because we do hear that piece, but I appreciate just from the department, they have established that they don't have any of the documentation to even present to us. Traditionally, when we get these items, we'll have what you guys provided as your case, and that's been received. We still technically have to receive a report from Mr. McNamara and the department that spells out exactly why the permit was issued and under what pretenses that permit was even granted. So we don't have any ability to even look at the document to confirm. All we could look at is the letter that was provided by your counsel with the dates that's here. And that's one side of the argument versus what has been their application of the law. So it's, I understand the frustration because it's right next door to you. The only thing we can even comment on at this point is really the deferral right now because we do not have the full context of the report. Now, that doesn't preclude Mr. McNamara and the department to evaluate the project in a certain capacity, and if they deem necessary to do something different, that's to their discretion, not necessarily to the board at this moment.
Well, I mean, notwithstanding the technical issue, I appreciate that comment, but Mr. McNamara is here. I mean, can he speak the problems that he has?
So at this point, I don't want to get into a back and forth right now. We have a request for a deferral, and respectfully, the board needs documents in front of us to make the appropriate decision. So rather than having this verbal back and forth, I don't think it's going to get us anywhere, and we'll just delay the inevitable request for a deferral. Yeah. So rather than wasting everybody's time with that, I think, and I'm not saying that everything that you've stated today, we've received those comments, so it's not to say that they were in vain, because we do have that for us as part of our record going forward. But to be fair to the decision-making process, the deferral request has been made, and so that's where we are in considering that request.
Can I ask you to maybe clarify what the steps are for the permit part of it? And basically what I was going to say is that correct me if I'm wrong, the person that's doing the development is building at risk if they continue with their current plans until we make a decision.
As there has been an appeal sent to this board, and they are certainly that's a business risk that they would be taking upon themselves, knowing that there's a possibility that the board could overrule the department. Mm-hmm. And so that's certainly on the developer of that piece of property for that. Just for the record, I'm going to, at the conclusion of this matter today, I will get in touch with the neighbors and give them my contact information, so they should be able to get in touch with me directly regarding their concerns for this property, and I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions related to the deferral?
I think your question, I kind of heard you say, do you have to come back? And we have your comments in the record, and yeah, and they'll be part of the report the next time as well.
And one thing I'll just strongly suggest is because I do appreciate the background and the history on it, is helping to frame the conversation going forward around the time clock related to what's spelled out in the letter. Because we do have a lot of commentary that's related to the prior performance of the past entity. That's one component. What we want to make sure we hone in on is the time clock in terms of if the nonconformance period has expired. So just to kind of help frame the conversation, so that's what we need to focus on next time.
We'll be able to present next time.
Yes, it's still the same, it's the same
It'll be the same
process
exact
that you see.
process next time. Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Proceed.
What number, 62? Madam Chair, regards to BZA 62-25, my motion is for a 30-day deferral to allow the safety and permits time to generate a report so we could review the full appeal.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 062-25, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to defer the item 30 days. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Would the board make a motion to recess for 30 minutes?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner James, to recess for 30 minutes. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We are in recess and will return at 2:30 p.m.
Would the board make a motion to return from recess?
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Richards to return from recess. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries, and we're back from recess.
I do have one quick note. The applicant for BZA 3925, the appeal for 2616 Calhoun Street, they have requested to suspend the rules because the property owner's representative needs to leave at 2:45.
Everybody's gonna want us to come up with a,
Item 21. And there is a safety and permits file included.
We can withdraw that request to go early.
Okay, thank you.
We will resume with the new business. The next item on the agenda is BZA 05625.
Good afternoon. The next item is BZA docket 05625 for property located at 700 Turquoise Street. This property is a corner lot situated at the intersection of Turquoise Street and Gem Street in the Lakeshore 2 neighborhood. This is an after-the-fact request for a variance from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.p.2 of the CZO to permit the retention of an accessory structure with excessive height. Article 21, Section 21.6.p.2 allows detached garages to have an overall height no greater than 16 feet. The applicant has already constructed a second-story addition to the existing garage, which totals 19 feet and 5.5 inches tall. Therefore, the applicant is seeking a waiver of 3 feet and 6.5 inches. Staff believes the requested variance of Article 21, Section 21.6.p.2 fails to meet criteria 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7 of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that 1, special conditions and circumstances exist that are peculiar to the land or structure involved and are not generally applicable to other lands or structures in the same zoning district. 2, the variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the locality. 5, the special conditions and circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicant or any other person who may have had an interest in the property. 6, strict adherence to the regulation by the property would result in a demonstrable hardship upon the owner as distinguished from mere inconvenience. And 7, the request for the variance is not based primarily upon a desire to serve the convenience or profit of the property owner or other interested party. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance from Article 21, Section 21.6.p.2. However, should the board find that the request meets all 9 approval standards, staff recommends one proviso that was outlined in the report.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 056-25?
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Johnson with KK Johnson Architecture at 4618 Camp Street.
You may need to pull the mic a little closer. It's just a little hard to hear.
Thank you. So I am the owner's representative here. Just wanted to provide kind of the backstory on how we got here, leading up to being here today. Patty Parnell, the owner of 700 Turquoise Street, is an ER nurse, which means she must remain in the city during hurricanes. Her previous home nearby, along with this one that was previously owned by her parents, flooded during a hurricane, and her family had to split up among various friends' houses within the city, which was an additional stress during that time. Her original intent was to create a space where she and her daughter could safely stay together if that were to ever happen again. It was never intended to be a full-time living space, as it had no sort of kitchen or kitchenette. Patty hired a contractor who told her that she did not need a permit to build what she wanted, and work began. Believe me, she seriously regrets her lack of due diligence in that area. But she was never trying to maliciously get away with working without a permit. She couldn't if she tried. You see it, it's a corner lot construction. Once the stop work order was in place, Patty fired the contractor and reached out to me for help. She now understands and accepts that this cannot be any sort of habitable space, but she wanted to see if it might be possible to at least maintain it as storage. Her current home has a very low sloped roof. The attic space is, almost non-existent. There is a pull-down ladder, but she is an older woman, and she said it's very difficult. So when she realized that this couldn't be used as she had originally thought that she might be able to, she, conceded that it could be great to have as more easily accessible storage, if at all possible. So with that understanding, she agreed. We removed the bathroom that was in the original drawings and submitted to Lakefront Management Authority, and approval was given by them. Lastly, a structural engineer, will inspect, because the framing that is there was done without permits, without drawings, any sort of approval. A structural engineer will inspect any of the existing framing that may remain and provide full structural drawings once the final scope of work is known. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 056-25? Anyone here in opposition? If you could come up, please.
And thank you for hearing me. My name is Stephen Adjemi. I am her direct neighbor at 7237 Gem Street. I think you have these pictures, but this shows the Tyvek on my property. On my property. Shows a balcony built for her storage. Windows on 3 sides for her storage, above a garage. She didn't get it permitted. Well, that also begs the question, if she didn't get it permitted, now she says that she's gonna have an engineer. It's built above a garage that was once a carport. I don't think the footings can.
You need to speak into the mic. We can't hear you.
It is built on the property line. I'm not so sure because she didn't have adequate engineering or permitting done, that it is going to support the structure that is already on the property and encroaching. So when it leans, when the water comes down in that crawl space, in that space, and the property starts to lean, it creates all kind of title issues. This is a significant problem. But I am going to read you, you have it, but I would like to read what I have written, what I wrote before to the board, and I just have to find that. 1 second. And it's to the objections. I'll start with 2. The structure is an invasion of my right to privacy, rising 21.6 feet, which is I think 6 feet, 5'6" above the restriction. It is an encroachment. It casts shadows. I have videos where when the Tyvek goes in the wind, it casts disturbing shadows. It creates not adequate airflow to my garden. Question Patty's alleged ignorance regarding the need to get a permit for a project of this magnitude. Reasonably, she should have known. It is incumbent on her regarding permitting of an accessible and readily available from the city. Okay, all that information's on the website. Regardless, it's not fair for her to expect the neighbors or the neighborhood at large to pay for her negligence.
That's the end of your time, sir.
Wow, that's a quick 3 minutes. Okay.
My name is Sonia Dewey. I live at 7364 Barrel Street. I'm also president of the Lakeshore Property Owners Association, and after receiving numerous complaints about this property, Our 11-member board voted unanimously to object to this variance. We sent you all an objection in a 4-page letter that you all have as part of your documentation. And it is regarding those 9 characteristics. Lakeshore has building restrictions for a reason, and we want to continue to maintain those restrictions for the quality of life of our neighborhood that has been here since the 1950s. In addition to it not meeting the building restrictions, the residents are extremely concerned about the integrity of the structure and the impact on neighbors. This structure was literally built over a weekend with no permit to begin. This property has been plagued with problems since the beginning. Now the Tyvek blows across the yard. The neighbors are complaining about the property maintenance because of the condition of all of the materials on the property. We ask that you please deny this variance on behalf of the property owners of the Lakeshore neighborhood. We ask that you please not set a precedent like this in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Is there, excuse me, is there anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 056-25? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
No direct rebuttal on any of the comments. I think, everyone, including the homeowner herself, wants a resolution here. This was kind of a starting point for us. I understand for her, there's still been a lot of money and a lot of stress, and I have explained to her the cost to her has no bearing on your decisions today. She understands that, but on the slightest off chance that that might occur, this is where she wanted to begin.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Quick question to the, you're the architect, Ms. Johnson? I know that you mentioned that you have revised the plans to remove the, some of what was included. Has that been submitted?
Yes, there was a bathroom that was framed out and intended in the original. It was a staircase from the downstairs garage up to an open space upstairs. The original intention was to have a bathroom, but that has since been removed.
So it's not at all changing the scale or the size of the structure?
Not in this proposal.
Question to staff, to Haley. So there were some comments made about distance from lot line, but your report's just referencing the height. Can you confirm that that's really all we're here to hear about today?
That's right. This is just for the height variance request. The property, or where the accessory building fits on the line, was not being altered. It was maintaining that existing footprint, so safety and permits determined that it didn't need to be included.
Okay, so that's an extension of a nonconformity? No? Or it's just allowed to be there?
Yes, it's an enlargement that's allowable under Article 25.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
All right, regarding docket BZA 056-25, I move to deny the request for a waiver of Article 21, Section 21.6.p.2, accepting the staff's recommendation that the request fails to meet 5 of the 9 criteria for the standards of variance, Article 4, Section 4.6F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 056-25, it's been moved by Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner Diaz to deny the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met. Roll call vote, Todd James. Yes. Tamara Eggins. Yes. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards. Candace Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries and the request is denied.
You have one quick
Madam
question.
Chair, can I ask a question to staff real quick? Because just observing this one and seeing that we've had a long list of these projects in the past that has been of similar condition that we've denied before. What actually occurs after this item? Because I've seen where those buildings still remain.
Technically, what should be happening is they come into compliance within 30 days. I believe the Department of Safety and Permits is responsible for inspecting and determining that.
Question, yeah.
Yeah, so that was going to be my next question. What comes next? You know, is she required to bring it back to exactly what it was? Or is she allowed to, as long as it is under the 16 feet allowable height?
Essentially, the second thing you said, so it needs to come into compliance.
So as long as it comes down under 16 feet, it's okay? Or should, based on safety and permits review, of course.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So
You need to
we
come up
can't
to
do
the
something
mic.
from the dais. We said this earlier. If you got a question, you got to come to the mic.
Without a permit, okay? The engineering.
Just get to the
Okay, my
specific
point is,
question because this item's already over.
The specific question is, she now can just go comply and get it to
Make sure
16
you're
foot?
you're talking.
She doesn't have to bring it back to the original structure?
If there is already some provision within a code that allows for them to modify the structure, she could modify the structure to come within whatever the minimum standards are within the CZO. So if it's to
Okay.
16 feet, she can
Well,
bring
I'm
it to that
telling
point.
you off the record, she's trying
Well,
to build
that's not- we're not-
habitable quarters and in an
So you kind of
auxiliary
get, now
structure.
you're out of line, you're actually out of order at this point.
is really
You're trying to,
okay.
you're trying to relitigate a conversation. You asked a question specifically to what she can do, we articulated that answer.
Okay.
If you want further clarification, I recommend you either talk to staff or you talk to safety and permits. We're done on the item. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 05725.
BZA 05725 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 9, Section 9.3.a of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the creation of a lot with insufficient lot width. The site in question is located in Tremay with frontage on Governor Nichols Street. The lot is developed with 2 principal structures, one currently being utilized as a bed and breakfast and the other as a single-family home. What this is doing is a subdivision to put each of the individual properties on their own lot of record, and it's just restoring the original lot lines. In 2019, this property was subdivided to put both buildings on one lot, but I've included Sanborn maps to show, like, even as far back, I'm not gonna say as far back as I could go because I found something like 18 something, but early 1900s, these were the original lot lines, and they just want to restore that condition. Oh, and we recommend approval subject to one proviso. Is this one? Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Zach
it.
Smith, 1000 South Norman C. Francis. We really appreciate the staff's time here. We have no objection to the letter. We really hope for the approval here. There's several, to save you guys some time, there's several other cards in there in support. They're all waiving their time, especially since this meeting has gone on for y'all. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that consideration. Anyone here in support of BZA docket 05725 that wishes to speak? Anyone in opposition? Any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 057-25, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waiver of Article 9, Section 9.3.a, Table 9-2 for minimum lot width and move for approval, understanding that the 9 criteria have been met. And as I've mentioned, follow with that approval with one noted proviso.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 057-25, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 1 proviso. Roll call vote. Todd James?
Yes.
Tamara Eggins?
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz?
Yes.
Jason Richards?
Yes.
Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 05825. This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 216P2B for the property at 1354 Moss Street. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested waivers or the requested waiver of Article 21, Section 216A6 fails to meet criteria 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9 of the standards of variances for Article 6F, Article 4, 6F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that there are no special conditions that are peculiar to the land. The literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The variance will confer on the applicant special privilege. The variance will alter the essential character of the locality. Strict adherence will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to get. 7, the request is primarily for the convenience or profit of the owner or other interested party. 8, the variance will be detrimental to public welfare or injurious to other property. And 9, the variance will impair the adequate supply of light or air to adjacent property, increasing street congestion or increased danger of fire or endangerment to public safety. Sorry, therefore the staff recommends denial.
Thank you. You can go ahead with your comments. If you could give your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Samuels, 1450 Moss Street. I'm the project architect for the owner and applicant, Mr. Bergeron. I just want to quickly set the context and explain that the proposed design reflects our desire to satisfy the client's programmatic requirements and while respecting and honoring the original architectural character of the principal structure, which is a 1-story, originally a side gallery cottage. I'd like to respectfully express a little bit of a different perspective on several of the specific staff findings. I guess number 1, that there are no special conditions that are peculiar to the land or structure. If I may, I'd like to call your attention to the Google Earth shot on sheet ACC00. You can see that this property and the adjoining residential property at 1360 are essentially surrounded by institutional uses associated with Holy Rosary Church and Cabrini High School. I bring this up because the staff returns to several times in their report concerns about the potential for an approval of the requested waiver to set precedents for structures that exceed height requirements. And I think it's important to note that this site has a very unique set of criteria in terms of what it's surrounded by that would not extend to a typical residential property. I also want to suggest that in terms of the essential character of the locality, the proposed structure is modeled on a very traditional form of outbuilding or dependency. One was just demolished around the corner last year at 1492 Moss. There's another there. Anyway, it's a very common building type, and The third point I want to address specifically is that in terms of impacts on light and air, and again on character of the locality, you have in your packet 3 letters of support from the project, 2 from the immediate adjoining neighbors and property owners, and the 3rd from the Faubourg St. John Neighborhood Association itself, expressing support for the design response, and I think specifically acknowledging the project's design as being respectful to the character of Moss Street. Those are the main points I wanted to make.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 058-25? If you could come up, please.
My name is Stephen Bergeron, 3001.5 Ponce de Leon. I'm the owner of the property and plan to move in as soon as it's finished. I'll reiterate what Daniel said, maybe just a couple of other points. As he mentioned, the immediate neighbors are in support, as is the neighborhood association. The neighbors on one side and in the rear of my property are the Holy Rosary Church and school building. On the other side is another residential property, 1364. That is, the lower units are used as a licensed Airbnb. Beyond that, we've got Cabrini High School, the Pito House, which are non-residential units. Interestingly enough, the next door neighbors at 1364 have a 2-story dependency. On the other side of my house, the next residence that's not a school building or school-owned building is 1318 Moss, that the staff noted, and that has a 2-story dependency. One other comment I'll make just to sort of highlight what Daniel had mentioned is when I bought this house, the last thing I wanted to do is jack it up, camelback it. Always wanted a garage, and this accessory unit, the little unit on top, gives me a little extra square footage, but that was done, well, we knew we would have to get a variance, and but that was done in lieu of jacking up the house or doing a camelback, which I didn't want to do at this property. And we've pretty much kept the original footprint of the house, took off an old 70s era side addition, put a smaller side addition. Let me see if there's any other comments. As far as being of detriment to the adjoining properties, certainly the adjoining properties approve this. Directly in back of the house is the school gymnasium. And the additional 5.5 feet that I'm asking for is, would only cover a brick wall, no additional windows. One other point I'll just make, may not be material to this, but I think it was submitted, the 1890s Sanborn map. The lot for this property was actually included that gymnasium building. But I don't think there's any increase to congestion or fire danger or endangering public safety. We're essentially just asking for another 5.5 feet.
Thank you. That's
Thank
the end
you.
of your time. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 058-25? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Question for the applicant. Just to confirm that this is this an addition to an existing structure, or is this a brand new structure?
No, this is a brand new structure. There were 2 accessory buildings in the rear that were demolished when we started construction on the main house. So there was always an intention to rebuild the garage.
understood. So you mentioned a little bit in your presentation, by right, you could have a second floor on the primary structure. You're electing to do it on this accessory structure. And I think, I don't know how my fellow board members feel, but I feel like you've made a really good case for all the 9 points with the exception of the hardship. I'm sort of having difficulty seeing where the hardship is. So I'll give you the opportunity to maybe speak to that for a second.
You got to talk into the mic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's a sketch included with your packet.
Mhm.
So the little bitty structure at the rear
Mhm.
is the proposed
Mhm.
accessory structure.
Mhm.
Okay, and that would be new construction.
Mhm.
I suppose you could say that this is in a sense a self-imposed hardship in respect to Stephen's desire to not follow the pattern that has been of great concern up and down Moss Street of people overbuilding, as he alluded to, jacking up existing one-stories, in some cases under the pretense of remodeling, completely demolishing a structure and rebuilding something completely new. And so it is, I don't know that we can state that it's a hardship in the traditional sense. It's certainly responding to a set of special conditions that are unique to this property, and I think that's a circumstance that warrants consideration.
Yeah, I think you might have come up with a solution that has generated no opposition, which opposition would be bad, obviously. So, yeah.
I think just kind of following up to your comments, because I know that the staff report suggests that there is a way to develop a compliant structure that still allows for what you're seeking to do. And so in response to the hardship argument, when there's an ability to have an alternative that either doesn't require a waiver or could be otherwise compliant, it's hard to argue that there's a hardship. And so I think that's what the issue is, because even the arguments that you presented just now are not really explaining the need for the excessive height. It's more just your desire to want to have what it is that you're seeking. And so what we're trying to understand is what is truly the hardship, particularly when there's a world, and I don't know specifically how it would be done, but there's a way to have a compliant structure that wouldn't require the excessive height.
Sorry, is the staff able to
When the staff walks
on
through
that?
the 9 criteria
Yeah.
in the staff report, item number 6 is where that's under the hardship language.
Yeah.
That's where that's what I'm reading from.
Okay. Stated another way, if we look at the plans and we can see, oh, you could fit this square footage somewhere else on the development.
Yeah.
That's where we have a hard time,
Yeah.
going, you could do this. And
Yeah.
so constructing an argument around that, I mean, I was going to ask if what the height of the principal structure was and if a second story was fit under that height limit, but I would think it would. But without looking at the drawings, I don't know. Because it's like, how do you construct the argument to be satisfy that that there isn't space on the site for this square footage some other way?
Just one quick reference on it, just looking at what he does have in a plan. Part of the problem does come from the slope of the shed roof on the, just looking at the building section, because it is open up to be pretty much, it's a taller space inside, right? So if they would have simply, and I know part of this deals with, because it's built up to the property line, correct?
Yeah, we can't do a gable.
You can't do a gable condition because of the gutter components. Or, I don't know if they're required to build to the 0 setback line, or if it was able to be built set back into the site, then you probably could get away with a gable condition on this, and that would substantially reduce the overall height of the building, because that height is only measured to the midpoint of the roof. With a gable, that substantially reduces that height, and you may be able to shed some inches in terms of the overall space from there, but much to staff's point, there's ways to mitigate that overall height on what's the proposed structure, and maybe some building placement may also be able to help address what the issues are.
Yeah, just wanted to make one comment on what Daniel was addressing, and I think a question from the panel. I would imagine a second story could be built on the principal residence. It would actually be higher than what we're requesting here. And I
Right,
guess-
but that principal building is allowed to go up taller in height.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood.
So it's really, yeah.
Understood, but it would be, the other comment, and I'll leave it to Daniel about modifying the roof is certainly doable, but from an architectural standpoint.
Well, yeah, we'd really have to look at it. It's a very, very tight configuration to get a car back into that corner to park. I could certainly, in terms of bringing it off of the side property line 3 feet and creating a gable instead of a shed roof, I suppose we could look at that.
So are they required to have it on the zero lot line, or can they have a 3-foot setback on the accessory structure?
There isn't a reason why they couldn't provide a 3-foot setback.
Okay, so, and I'm looking at the building placement. It's because you have it tight towards the Ponce de Leon side of site, okay? You can shift that building towards the Marsh, well, it's saying Marsh Street side, so I know it's how the bayou curves at that point. You could move it inboard into the site 3 feet, then convert it to a gable roof condition, which allows for you to have gutters encapsulation and other things there. That in itself, not looking, I mean, it's really being based off of the pitch of the roof that you have designed right now. If you could look at that as well to see if, I don't know if you're matching the existing slope of.
It's a traditional roof slope for that type of structure.
Right, but
Yeah,
it still is extreme. So I'm trying to look at it through the lens of what alternative means of compliance to
I
help
think
reduce
we'll
that height.
still, we're still going to find ourselves needing a waiver, but it wouldn't be quite as much, you know.
And that's kind of my point. So if there's a way to mitigate this because it is total ground up construction, we're not modifying existing structure, you could inboard this 3 feet. That does not impact your turning radius to get into the garage, just looking at what you have on the site placement. And then that would alleviate what that height requirement would be. It may drop it down to only a foot, not sure.
Very happy to take a look at that.
And since
Thank
we're playing architect, we might be able to
Might as well
also
throw it
do
in there.
this. You could rotate it 90 degrees and
Rotate it?
maybe pull it off the one property line, not both. Just a thought.
Yeah, all right. Okay, well, thank you very much.
So to do that, we would need to defer you and
We
have
can
you come
defer
back
and
with a
come back?
proposal.
Okay.
Would that be acceptable? Yeah? Okay.
Absolutely.
So Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 058-25, my motion's for a 30-day deferral to give the applicant architect time to look at alternative means of compliance.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 058-25, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to defer the item 30 days. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Quick question, if I may. What's the deadline for resubmitting the modified plans?
I would say touch base with staff so that they can give you the appropriate dates.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next item is BZA docket 05925.
BZA 5925 is for variances from the provisions of Table 11-2A to permit the creation of lots with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot depth, and insufficient rear yard setback. Table 11-2A requires a minimum lot area of 2,250 square feet for a single-family residence, a minimum lot depth of 90 feet, and a minimum rear yard of the lesser of 20% of the lot depth, or 15 feet. For proposed lot 12A, the applicant is providing 1,738 square feet and is seeking a waiver of 511.56 square feet. The lot would provide 57.28 feet in depth and would require a waiver of 32.72 feet. For proposed lot 12B, the applicant is providing 1,738.75 square feet and is seeking a waiver of 511.25 square feet. The lot would provide 57.29 feet in depth and would require a waiver of 32.71 feet. A minimum rear yard of 11.46 feet is required. 8.6
feet would be provided and a waiver of 2.86 feet is being requested. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variances. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to one proviso.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 059-25? You could give your name and address for the record.
Kobe Guillory, 1461 North Russia Blave Street, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Thank you. Did you have anything that you wish to add?
If it's going to be approved, then no.
Okay. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 059-25? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Must be his lucky day.
Thanks for sitting
In
here all this
order?
time.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 059-25, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waivers for for proposed lot 12A, Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A for minimum lot area and minimum lot depth. And the same for the requested waiver for proposed lot 12B. Wait, let's see. Excuse me. And adding Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A for rear yard setback. And move for approval with the one noted proviso, understanding that the 9 criteria have been met.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 059-25, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Richards, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to one proviso. Roll call vote. Todd James?
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz?
Yes.
Jason Richards?
Yes.
Candace Forrest? Yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item?
Thank you.
The next item is BZA docket 06025.
BZA docket 6025 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11-3A1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the creation of lots with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot width, insufficient lot depth, permeable open space, interior side yard setback, and/or insufficient rear yard setback. The request is made in conjunction with subdivision case SD 5825, wherein the applicant proposes the creation of separate lots of records for each of the 6 dwellings on the subject property that face Allen Street, and one single lot of record that will contain the 2 dwellings that face Hope Street. The request also includes the creation of 3 vacant lots. None of the proposed lots complies with all of the bulk and/or setback requirements for the HURD2 zoning district. Each proposed lot is deficient in width, depth, area, permeable open space, interior side yard setback, rear yard setback, or some combination of those 6 deficiencies. However, since existing Lot X is highly irregular in shape itself, all 10 of the proposed lots are likewise irregularly shaped, which is what gives rise to many of the deficiencies in the first place. The dwellings on the subject property will remain exactly as they are. That is, no alterations to any of them are proposed, and they will be used in exactly the same manner as they are now. It should also be noted that also 5 of the 6 requested waivers are for deficiencies that are not typical of or do not apply to the majority of the properties within the study area. Those deficiencies are nonetheless common enough that no alteration in the character of the street, municipal square, or neighborhood will occur as a result of the variances being granted. As part of the standard re-subdivision review process, the Department of Safety and Permits submitted this directive, which must be followed as a condition of safety and permits approval of the subdivision. Quote, walls that are within 3 feet of the new property lines must be 1 hour fire rated. If the walls are not already verifiably fire rated, A permit must be submitted for each building, the permit reviewed, approved, issued, and the work done and inspected before a subdivision can be finalized." End quote. Thus, if the board grants the requested dimensional variances, the re-subdivision will not receive final approval for recordation unless and until safety and permits requirements are also met. Accordingly, the staff recommends approval of BZA 6025, subject to one proviso.
Thank you. Could you give your name and address for the record?
Shandy Arguelles, 107 Quail Street, Slidell, Louisiana, 70460.
Thank you. Did you have anything that you wish to add?
I do not, unless there are questions.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 060-25? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yep, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket numbers 060-25, my motion's to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waivers and move for approval with one noted proviso, making sure 9 criteria have been met. Sorry.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 060-25, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Richards to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to one proviso. Roll call vote, Todd James?
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz?
Yes.
Jason Richards?
Yes.
And Candace Forrest? Yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item?
Thank you.
We will now begin with new business for extension requests. The next item is BZA docket 070-23 for the property located at 1351 Chapatula Street.
I have to, so real quick, I have to know my recusal on this. I'm concerned about,
Does it have to be before or after?
We lost quorum for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't notice. Until this one.
I didn't realize that. So, I mean, do we have enough people to, or does it just automatically defer for lack of a quorum?
It automatically defers.
Okay.
Perfect. We have no objection. No objection. We'll see you in a month.
Presumably, we're meeting before the extension again? August 17th.
August 4th.
Oh,
When's the next meeting?
when is the next meeting
August 4th.
before the extension would expire? Well, not extension, but before the
Let's see. It expires on August 17th, but it doesn't matter because the request for extension is in prior to that expiration.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So no action for lack of a quorum, so we'll move to the next item.
All right, so we are moving on to the continuing with the unfinished starting with the unfinished business for decision appeals. The next item on the docket is BZA 00824.
$2,900 Pedito.
You know what that means in Spanish.
Sorry. As the board is quite aware, that matter is in litigation. It continues to be within litigation. I checked with the law department on Friday, who has informed me that that matter has not been settled, and that until that litigation is settled, which directly impacts the decision of this board, we would ask that the matter be deferred again. I would request, I don't remember how long we did the last time.
That's what I was just about to ask. Do you recall? Was it?
I think I can't remember if we
if it
did
was
90 or
120.
120. Sorry about that. My head went away for a second.
It happens. It's been a long day.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Your call.
Well, no, we were trying to find out what the appropriate time, whether it was 90 days or 120.
That's what I was saying. I don't.
It's not his, it's depending on the decision we did the last time, because there was a reason that we deferred it for the amount of time that we did. Yeah.
We had a long discussion about it, if I remember correctly.
Okay. It looks like in March, the board deferred it for 120 days.
Okay.
What item? I'm just trying to confirm docket number. 008, all right.
I could go ahead. And,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion if that's okay.
Yep.
All right, Madam Chair. Regarding docket BZA 008-24, I move to defer the item for 120 days.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 008-24, it's been moved by Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner James to defer the item 120 days. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, sorry, 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 03825 for the property at 1200 South Carrollton Avenue. I skipped item 19. BZA docket 06225 for the property at 2501 through 2537 Tulane Avenue.
And I remember this one.
And one quick clarification, it's BZA 062-24.
And this is the Trader Joe's matter on Tulane Avenue. Is that this one? Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I got all the looks. And as y'all are, the board is well aware, this matter is also in litigation. It's my understanding that the applicant also asked for a deferral in this matter today. It's my understanding that they're actually in civil district court on this issue.
So
So I guess there's a joint,
60? Yeah, I'm trying to think of duration. Do you
Duration.
think 30 or 60?
I'd have to go back, and I don't remember if there was a specific request on the behalf of the applicant. But I'm sorry, it's escaping me, but 60, I think, would probably.
So, but it's currently, it's docketed this month in CDC?
I talked to Ms. Howell last Thursday or Friday, and she said that she was going to be in court today. So
Okay.
where that is, I really don't know.
Valerie put a bug in my ear that the next meeting is 3 weeks from now, and so that might be kind of quick. Yeah.
Well, if he's saying that, if he's in court now, us deferring it to next month, I mean, we still always reserve the right to defer it next month if
Okay.
needed. But if it's docketed for the day, we could push it to August.
The board's
We also
pleasure.
received some additional information from the law department this morning about the status. If you want, I can read that into the record.
If you don't mind.
Sure. All right. Plaintiffs Maureen Greer and Miles Trapolin filed a petition for writ of mandamus to mandate the director to stay building permit number 24-01393-NEWC during the pendency of plaintiff's appeal to the BZA and BZA docket number 6224. However, this morning, the court dismissed the mandamus as moot because the building permit has been closed. This is the third of 3 lawsuits filed in the Trader Joe's litigation. The judicial review is currently pending before the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. And the law department said that they filed the appellant brief on behalf of the BZA on July 2nd, and the plaintiff's appellee brief is currently due on August 6th.
So given that, we probably would want more than 30 days.
I was going to
I
say
would say-
60, just
Yep.
assuming if it was already
60
dismissed.
is just going to get us into where it's, where
Past the 45 days.
Right, and where it's filed. I doubt the Fourth Circuit is going to have a decision in that matter
I
that
agree.
rapidly.
We
I
know
agree.
that time frame.
Yep.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
I'm sorry, let me did I ask for public comment, just to be sure? Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 062-24? I don't know if can we officially take comment with the litigation? I just realized that.
Not for the applicant, I'm for the landowner,
Mhm.
but I'd like to request longer than 60 days based upon the time frame that the applicant has already pushed back to present to the Fourth Circuit. And I really think we need more than a 60-day deferral, honestly, just based on a time frame.
Okay.
I don't
So
have
that
any
we all
issue
don't
with
have
that.
to spend all day here getting
Sitting, you don't like hanging out with us?
a little tired.
That's fine.
Is 90 where we're landing?
Look, I mean, we
It's
could-
up to the discretion of the board.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
and
longest
If,
we've done is
if 90,
120.
and if we need to revisit it at that time,
Yeah.
I'm gonna just strongly advocate that we just stick to the 60. Just understanding what is the time frame for them to file for an appeal, okay? But I don't want to get too much into legal procedure
Okay.
back and forth. So let's just do 60 and keep it safe.
Me to tell you my name, I'm sorry, I didn't do
Yes.
that.
Yes,
Could you give
please.
your
Name
name and
and
address
Ventura
for the
File
record?
Organization, 3301 Veterans Boulevard.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Proceed.
For BZA docket number 062-24, my motion's for a 60-day deferral.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 062-24, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by, was that Commissioner Diaz?
That was Jason.
Commissioner Richards. To defer this item, we're at 60 days. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards. And Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 038-25 for the property at 1200 South Carrollton Avenue.
Good afternoon, Dan McNamara, Chief Zoning Official with the City of New Orleans. Again, regarding BZA docket number 038-25, subject property being 1200 South Carrollton Avenue. Though unclear, applicant's filing appears to be an appeal from the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of 24-35909-RNVN on which was issued on January 24, 25 for the subject property at 1200 South Carrollton. The applicant avers that the DSP failed to properly review, analyze, and assess the permanent application according to reasonable expectations in applicable law, CZO Section 19.4.8.20. The application in question was filed on November 26th and approved on January 24th. On March 10th, 2025, the applicant filed an initial appeal regarding permit 24-3590-RNVN. The purported basis at that time was applicants' belief that the intended use of the property was a prohibited commercial short-term rental establishment. Further, applicant also noted that 24-hour staffing was and is required for hotel use. Subsequent to the initial appeal, the property owner sought a conditional use allowing for a hotel on the property. The applicant can point to no error on part of the department in issuing 24-35909-RNVN. Unfortunately, the applicant again relies on their unique prognosticative abilities as well as logical fallacy in concluding that the department erred. The department does not make decisions based on speculation. Even if the board conclude that there was an error, consider the steps it would have to take to decide in the favor of the applicant. First, the board would have to conclude that a conditional use ordinance would be approved, a fact that has not occurred, And secondly, the board would have to then conclude that the property owner will violate the CZO's requirement that customary lodging services would not be provided. Again, a fact that has not occurred. Regardless, neither of these facts indicate that the department erred in issuing the permits. That is for the simple reason that there was no error. Therefore, the director's decision to issue 24-35909 RNVN was proper. This appeal must be denied.
The applicant, if you could give your name and address for the record.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Town of Carrollton, Watch. I'm not paid to be here.
You can go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. Going to ask for another 30-day deferral to track or match the path of ZD 04825, which was deferred on June 9th for 60 days until the August BZA hearing. As you know, ZD 04825 is an appeal of the February 21, 2025 decision of DSP Director about the customary lodging services definition in zoning memorandum Z2501, which requires that personnel and staff must be present on the property at all times, an overarching policy. The question is whether it will affect the subject property through its conditional use ZD 02425 approved by the City Council on July 10th. I wrote to Judge Russo last night. He answered this morning, deferring to his land use attorney, Ashley Becknell, who has not yet responded. Now, as for Mr. McNamara's report, certain salient facts are omitted, namely, one, that the layout supplied with the permit application showed apartments like a commercial STR or residential housing rather than a hotel, and no provision for customary lodging services on the first floor. This was the subject of much discussion at the CPC hearing of May 13th on the conditional use CD 24-25, so it's not surprising that I should be raising questions about it too. And as a result, it was written into the proviso number 6 in motion M25-381 for the conditional use. Quote, specifically, floor plans and site plans shall not reference, quote, residential or, quote, apartment unit if the intent is to be a commercial hotel, close quote. The second omitted fact concerns the shifting representation of use represented on the permit application as vacant mixed-use building for both existing and proposed uses. Then on the agenda for June 9th, when the same docket was deferred by default, the proposed use was captioned on the agenda as commercial STR, which was and is illegal. So as I stated in an information-only comment on July 10th at the City Council, I'm concerned that this development will end up as a commercial STR. Next, Mr. McNamara faults me with special visionary powers, but I'm just following an ancient dictum which states that character is destiny, which Shakespeare said 500 years ago and Heraclitus 2,000 years before that. Past behavior is largely predictive of future behavior. Mr. Nicholas has a history of zoning violations at 3008 Canal, 3016 Canal, 5808 Magazine, and 737 Eleanor, leaving a trail of unhappy neighbors behind him. So on May 5th, Mr. McNamara objected that I simply wanted to keep the docket open in case abuses occur, and indeed they have. On May 30th, Ed Nicholas installed signage without a permit in violation of HDLC and DSP rules. On June 11th, the permit was issued for the repair of the historic clock, but the repair was superficial only, even though he had promised 40 to 50 neighbors at an NPP meeting on March 10th that he would restore the clock, and there was much rejoicing. When I wrote to HDLC Plans Examiner Wendy Cargile about this discrepancy, she told me that the permit was limited to superficial repair. However, at the City Council, consultant Ron Lazel said the clock would be fully repaired despite the rumors and that the repairman was ill. Finally, on July 1, Mr. Nicholas listed the Magazine Street property for $1.35 million. The illegal use violations are still open. You'll forgive all the detail, but I want to emphasize how complicated the matter is. The support of neighbors is not universal, despite the consultant's representations, although support among Oak Street merchants is strong. The neighborhood loves this building and wants to see it treated properly. Again, I am concerned for the future of this building based on the past history of the developer who has worked solely in commercial STRs. I hope Mr. McNamara will understand all this. Again, the result of BZA 04825, currently scheduled for the August BZA hearing, may well have a bearing on the future use of the Old Whitney. Therefore, I respectfully request deferral until August, when the outcome of that docket will be decided. Thanks.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 038-25? Anyone here in opposition? You could come up. Oh.
Information.
I need you to come up to the mic, sorry.
Zach Smith, 1000 South Norman C. Francis, here for information only, just on behalf of the owner, in case there's any questions. And just with I think Shakespeare said, brevity is the soul of wit. Thank you.
Sorry. So there's no opposition. Questions from the board? I don't know if the question should, I really don't know who to direct the question to, but I'm trying to understand how the decision in a different item impacts our ability to decide this item. So I guess the question is to the applicant who's seeking the deferral. I don't know if any of the board members agree or disagree, but I feel like we have the information before us to make a decision on whether or not there's been an error in this decision. I think any subsequent decision logically is a separate matter.
I would concur with you, Chairwoman, on that point. So, Ms. Johnson?
We started out with a layout that appeared to be for residential use or for commercial STR, the plan. And there was no explanation for this. When we showed up at the NPP meeting for conditional use, there was another plan for a hotel. So the story is always changing. Commercial STRs are currently prohibited. Now they've got a conditional use for a hotel. Everything is a muddle. And in fact, the proposed use was captioned by the BZA last time in June as a commercial STR, which is prohibited. So what is the use finally going to be, and if that, I mean, from the decision, from the application for this permit, it looked like a commercial STR. So in the meantime, customary lodging studies are ongoing, and the consultant is actively engaged in that. And it was my original request at the beginning of all this that I have a 90-day deferral, and that was rejected. But the point is, this question of use is still dynamic. I'm still waiting for response from City Council about whether ZD 04825 will affect the use of this property. So my request is simply to keep it open for another 30 days until that docket is decided, 04825.
So I'm gonna come back to the Chairwoman's question again. You're referring to a conditional use application, correct? Is that
Yes.
second item? Okay, so here's the point. Every property owner has every right within their toolbox to check out every administrative option that they have
Okay.
to apply for a permit or how they want to look at using a property. I don't believe that safety and permits precludes them from looking at more than one option to apply for a permit on one given site.
I understand.
So with that understanding, we can't just serve the cake, eat it too, whatever I'm not an English major, so sorry, I don't know any of the jargon to pass around at this point. But ultimately, there's one question that's being asked. So why can't we focus on the question that's being asked and render an opinion based on that item versus just waiting to see how something else that may come about that truly actually has zero applicability to the question at hand? So what is the justification for deferring it if one has nothing to do with the other?
It's, in my view, it's all a dynamic situation. That conditional use could be dropped, and it could revert to
So
commercial STR.
you're actually proving my point, that they have the option to go whichever way they want. We can't just tie people up for the sake of reviews just because we don't like how they can observe they could observe what options exist to them within the CZO. So the question again is, what is the actual challenge that's before us as it pertains to the decision by the department? And what information can you provide to refute how that permit may have been issued? Because again, just because they have optionality, that's not grounds by which that we should be deferring an item just because someone's exploring their options.
Okay, again, unless I'm misunderstanding the question, at the time the permit was decided,
The question I'm asking,
yes,
where is the justification to defer based on an unrelated item pending? I just don't, I'm not hearing it. I'm not receiving it. If I heard correctly from the chairwoman, I think she's echoing the same points. And I think because I don't have any challenge coming from the other members, I think we all, can't speak for the whole, but just if I'm reading the room, we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I've been looking at the record. I'm pretty sure this permit is a non-occupancy permit to just restore the building. In other words, property owner needs to apply for another permit in order to even occupy the building. And there's no way that we know of to change that once it's been filed.
And I mean, just a confirmation from Safety and Permits, I mean, are we correct in our thinking that before we even get to deciding the merits of this particular case, but are we correct in our assumption that what we have before us is sufficient to go forward in this case? I mean,
Definitely. What is before you, the decision of the department was regarding the issuance of a renovation permit.
Right.
And there's all this speculative things. I apply, I get a renovation permit, I start doing my renovation work. And as I'm doing my renovation work, I said, you know what, maybe instead of apartments, maybe it's make better sense for me to become a hotel. So I'm going to apply to the for a conditional use to get a hotel. Again, that does not have any bearing on whether the propriety of the issuance of the renovation permits. And I'll submit you haven't heard a single argument as to what was wrong with the issuance of that other than speculative things, other than, which I would say there's some leaps of logic here that do not address any issue as to the propriety of the issuance of that permit. I mean, we've heard past behavior and, future performance. But, if my dog barks before the lights go out, my dog didn't cause the lights to go out. We are here talking about a single permit, a renovation permit, and the propriety of its issuance. And you have heard nothing has been filed before you, and you've not heard any argument that would warrant overturning the decision to issue that permit.
I'm adding that to the list of BZA one-liners. Thank you, Mr. McNamara.
I don't know that I'm the
It's fine.
originator of that line, but.
Wasn't Shakespeare.
No, it wasn't.
Just a quick question to the director then. So, you know, the appeal, when we're reading this on the headline, it says the proposed use, the existing use is vacant building. The proposed use is subject of appeal, and I'm sure the staff put that together, but like, can you just confirm for us, I can see the permit, it says vacant building, new use, vacant building. This is basically like a non-occupancy permit with tenants to be permitted at a later date.
That's
like
right. It
literally what
was a
they say.
renovation of an existing
Yeah.
multi-use building was what the permit was for.
So
And
there's
that's
no-
what it was issued for. There has not been a certificate of occupancy issued in this, for this building.
But no commercial occupancy can even occur until they file some other permit stating what they want to do. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They have not applied for, and, you know, there's a moratorium in place, but they have not applied for a commercial short-term rental permit. If they wanted to do that, they could seek to appeal the IZD in place. And as you might have read recently in the paper, there were some issues about the council granting some of that. But there's avenues for people to do things that they want to do, whether it's commercial short-term rentals, whether it's to be a hotel. But again, the heart of this matter has nothing to do with any of that.
And then to kind of follow through with what you were mentioning in your comments a minute ago, as well as in your report, the claims are that there are possible violations that would occur in the future, not that there is anything that is alleged to be occurring presently, because to what Commissioner Richards said, it's a vacant
That's
business at the
yes,
moment.
I mean, and that's completely correct. There's an assumption that the city council is going to pass an ordinance allowing for conditional use, and when that happens, there's the next step that there's going to be a violation of the law by this proprietor. I'm certainly not comfortable making that.
And then
leap.
even if ultimately any of these things happen, the appropriate way to address those.
Those would be zoning violations.
There you go.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Sure, Madam Chair, if a motion's in order. All right, given the discussion regarding docket BZA 038-25, I move to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in the interpretation of the comprehensive zoning ordinance.
Regards to BZA docket 038-25, it's been moved by Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner Diaz, to uphold the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in that decision. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 03925 for the property at 2616 Calhoun Street.
Good afternoon again. Dan McNamara, Chief Zoning Official for the Department of Safety and Permits regarding 2616 Calhoun Street, BZA docket number 039-25. Applicants filing appeals to be an appeal from the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of 24-32328 RNVS for the subject property of 2616 Calhoun. The first stated appeal basis is the DSP has made an error in calculating the required parking count. As to that, the applicant has abandoned this issue, stating that it is moot, despite this applicant does go on to make an argument regarding the required parking count. The department will not do so, given the recognition that it is no longer a proper issue before the board. Therefore, no response is necessary. Applicant's appeal basis number 2 is there's insufficient length between the rear of the new addition and the rear property line to provide for a required 1-foot setback plus an 18-foot stall length plus 24-foot drive aisle. As to that, applicant goes to great length to argue that the setbacks regarding the parking area are not met. Quite simply, the applicant is wrong. The approved site plan by the department clearly indicates that the area in question is 43 feet and 1/2 inch from the rear of the addition. And we have submitted some documentations along with that. Therefore, that basis is without merit as well. The appeal basis number 3 is that the bathrooms are unconventional, presenting an overabundance of facilities, toilets, sinks, showers, and tub in the 2.5 bathrooms allowed by the amended overlay. At issue is the department's determination that the facilities upstairs constitute 1.5 bathrooms. Given that there's an existing full bathroom on the first floor, any determination that the facilities constituted more than 1.5 bathrooms would trigger restrictions set forth by the university overlay. The overlay does not limit the number of bathrooms a dwelling may have to 2 full bathrooms and 1/2 bathrooms. While recognizing this, I should have said that does do that. While recognizing this, the applicant then seeks to further add restrictions as to the number of fixtures. Fatal to the argument is the fact that there is no such restriction on the limits of fixtures. Applicant inappropriate reason fixture restrictions into the CZO. The department will not do so, nor should the board. And then the fourth basis of the appeal is the development is clearly a private dorm or D2D. Again, applicant's last argument is based solely on speculation and fallacious reasoning. To the extent that the use is inconsistent with zoning, those may constitute zoning violations and will be investigated and brought to adjudication where appropriate. As it stands now, applicant's arguments on this issue are premature. The decision, in conclusion, the director's decision was proper. The appeal must be denied.
Thank you. You can give your name and address for the record.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Town of Carrollton, Watch. I'm not paid to be here. Concerning appeal basis 1, which Mr. McNamara deems abandoned, Todd Breckman, the zoning reviewer, made an error in the computation of the parking spaces. The architect had claimed 2 existing parking spaces and 4 new spaces, matching the 4 additional new bedrooms, or 6 in all. In an email dated February 18th, 2025, Mr. Breckman confirmed to me that he agreed with the architect, but the architect's calculation was wrong. The developers changed the property use from 2-family to 1-family so that just 1 parking space is necessary per base zoning, not 2, or 5 spaces in all. When I wrote to Mr. Breckman about this on May 23rd, he answered that I was, quote, technically correct. Then he went on to say, quote, the applicant's calculation includes the 2 existing parking spaces with the 4 additional parking spaces. Regardless, they have provided parking for 7 vehicles on the site. So Mr. Breckman appears to argue that even though I am technically correct, the architect is correct too, or maybe even that it doesn't matter what's correct since they have provided 7 parking spaces. Now, this point of law about base zoning for parking is a provision of CZO 22.4.A, providing for off-street vehicle parking requirements, which is a citywide application. So it's perplexing that Mr. Breckman, an experienced zoning specialist, got the calculation wrong for this common application. Yet Mr. Breckman has simply echoed or repeated the architect's analysis. This is a persistent pattern with the treatment of dorm developments by DSP, not to contradict the developer, not to think critically, and most of all, not to apply the law if it disadvantages the dorm developer. So it's up to me, an opponent of this development, to point out DSP's error to the detriment of my own position. Why? Out of a concern for correct procedure. If Mr. Breckman isn't corrected now, he will be more likely to repeat the mistake in the future. Anyway, while Mr. Breckman has represented that every opinion is correct, Mr. McNamara refuses to take up the argument. Yet the fact is that Mr. Breckman has gone along with the architect even though the architect is wrong. The irony, of course, is that it would be impossible to fit 7 cars in the rear of the house anyway. As to appeal basis 2, concerning parking area setbacks, the drawing supplied by Mr. McNamara is defective. There is no page number, but this appears to be page G003 from the stamped approved drawing set from October 22nd, 2024. However, this version, as it is represented in the director's report, is labeled with a red arrow extending from the rear property line to the building addition, bearing the number 43 feet, 1/2 inch. Remember that the minimum requirement is 43 feet. This graphic arrow and measurement do not appear on the original drawing set. Where did this number come from? My own calculations of the setback are exhaustive. They start from the setback length on a survey of 2003 with subtractions for individually marked elements and conclude that there is a deficiency in the setback of slightly over 1 foot and 1.5 inches as required by CZO 22.8.c and 22.11.d. And yet Mr. McNamara provides no evidence and no calculations. Even if this number has been provided by the architect, it must be verified starting from the survey measurements. So where is the proof? There is none in the director's report. Besides all this, the sheet has been decommissioned because the HVAC unit on this sheet was removed from the driveway for an unstated reason. Appeal basis 3. Mr. McNamara states that I have inappropriately read in fixture restrictions into the CZO, i.e., with a full bathroom as having plumbing for a bathtub and/or shower, and a half bathroom as having plumbing for a sink and toilet. CZO 18.30.b.5, that is a fixture, one fixture per room. Yet Mr. McNamara does not develop an argument to actually disprove my reading. For example, he doesn't cite CZO 26.2.a. The singular number includes the plural and the plural the singular. Again, the 2 bathrooms contain enough fixtures for 3 full bathrooms, 3 toilets, 6 sinks, a shower, and 2 bathtubs. The limit per unit is 2.5 bathrooms. The developers are finessing the situation, and DSP is letting them do it. Appeal basis 4, I disagree that my arguments are premature about the illegality of renting to over 4 unrelated tenants per unit. The developers are advertising to 6 or 7 tenants, but really the house has 8 bedrooms on the plans. So they will rent to 8 students at a premium rent, and they will have built their fiscal projections around these numbers.
That's the end of your time, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did have someone conceding time to me.
Who is it? Name, I can't hear you.
Ms. Stanton. I apologize, I should have said.
Thank you.
So they will rent out to 8 students at a premium rent, and they will have built their fiscal projections around these numbers. If the city comes in later and says, either you may rent to only 4 unrelated persons in 1 unit, or you have to rebuild 2 units when the house originally had 2 units, the developers can claim detrimental reliance. Everyone knows they're renting to students, but the city is biased towards the dorm developers and has no intention of enforcing the law about rooming houses. Scott and Zach Zaris are already renting to 6 students at a single-family house, 7512 Ferret, for $10,800 a month. But even though the city actually cited the property on January 6, 2023, somehow no violation was found for too many bedrooms. And yet also at 7512 Ferret, the developers were cited on October 10th, 2023, for creating illegal front yard parking, and on January 11th, 2024, for renting an accessory structure as a habitable dwelling, but per my photographic evidence of May 10th, May 26th, and May 28th, 2025, the violations persist without correction 18 months later. If the city is unable to enforce its laws, then the CPC must finally define the private dormitory as a conditional use. In the meantime, safety and permits in the city have been more than generous in assisting the development of 2616 Calhoun to the detriment of the rest of the neighborhood.
Is that the end of your comments?
That's it.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 039-25? If you could come up, please.
name is Kim Stanton, and my wife and I reside at 6315 Delord Street. My wife Pam and I purchased our home at 6315 Delord Street in 1979 when we were first married. We have lived in the house continuously except for 2 years. We lived in Houston during the time when we extensively renovated our home after flooding from Hurricane Katrina. We know what it is to miss New Orleans. In preparing to come back to the city, we looked into how a comparable city, Charleston, South Carolina, handled the devastating impacts of 1989 Hurricane Hugo. All documents reviewed stress the need for maintaining strict zoning and building code enforcement for the successful long-term recovery of a city. To us, it was clear. Follow the experience and example of Charleston and stand by existing zoning codes for the long-term benefit of the city. And moving back to our university neighborhood in 2008, we were distressed to find a number of formal doubles were starting to be chopped up and converted into triples in violation of zoning ordinances. We alerted our city council members of the addresses of these violations on multiple occasions, but no enforcement action was taken. It is our observation that this lack of enforcement on basic zoning then quickly led to the ever more aggressive rooming house conversions that now threaten our university neighborhoods and city. Certain council members, to their credit, have tried to counter this lack of enforcement with legislation such as requiring that additional parking be specified for additional bedrooms created in these rooming house conversions. Aggressive developers have sought to get around these legislative measures, often at the expense of the surrounding neighbors and neighborhoods. A prime example is 2616, 2618 Calhoun that proposes to convert a 4-bedroom total double to an 8-bedroom rooming house. To get around the additional parking requirement, the developers are paving over the backyard to create 5 additional parking spaces. Converting a backyard into a parking lot in the middle of a neighborhood is unacceptable. It will directly interfere with the ability of neighbors to enjoy the peace and serenity of their own backyards and will be a constant source of light and noise pollution to surrounding neighbors' bedrooms. It will degrade the neighborhood and in doing so harm the city. Zoning laws are a covenant by the city to its residents. Tax-paying citizens rely on this covenant to make long-term investment decisions on behalf of their families. This covenant is now being broken by practices that allow for the intrusion of structures into our residential neighborhoods that are characterized by crowded living quarters, communal-style bathrooms, and backyard parking. These are commercial structures inconsistent with historical zoning. We ask that you reconsider your practices and work with the City Council to restore protective zoning and the faith of long-term residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant? You can come up.
Darnell Phillipson, 1411 Henry Clay. I just wanted to bring up the parking study that you guys did in 2020 and talked about the importance of
I'm sure it wasn't
adding-
us,
Okay,
just to be
well,
clear.
Okay, well, anyway, it just seems like everything that is going on kind of takes away from this. I mean, this is the parking study that was done to go with the doubles to dorms. It's, just like the parking spaces in the back and paving the backyard, like you guys, well, this study says something about the landscaping and that it takes away from natural storm water management and all that good stuff. It just, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of like a game of whack-a-mole right now because we're doing these doubles to dorms. Everything, the other property that he has is under the Marley development, and it's the 72 or whatever it is, Ferret Street, the 8 bedrooms. So we can assume that the same thing will happen with this one. And parking, you already have 300 spots that have just been lost on Claiborne Avenue with the practice bubble. And they have just purchased 2 properties on Magnolia Street with the idea that they're going to do something with that will also alter the neighborhood. And then there's also talk about losing 80 spots on Newcomb, like at the Newcomb Circle or whatever you want to call it. That's a lot of parking in a short time. And, the other thing is that they're sending out emails to sophomores and juniors, anticipating that it's going to be a problem, saying that they're going to put them downtown. So we all know that juniors and seniors, the second and third year, they're going to take their chances and park on the street. They're not going to want to jump on a shuttle and go downtown. They're going to, and then they'll, let me scoot right in here and then, block a driveway or whatever. So, I mean, I just think that this is just a lot that's going on, and it's just, the other thing is that it wasn't in their 10-year master plan. None of this stuff was. I mean, they have a relationship with these tenants because they are it's on their website, they are responsible for them, and God forbid if something happens to it, then they guarantee that they will find another place for them to live. So it seems to me if they're gonna have that much of a connection with the owners who are out of town, they're not here, they're absentee owners, if they're gonna take on that responsibility, shouldn't something have been mentioned about all these properties in the master plan? I mean, it's like they're popping up all over.
Can we just ask you a clarifying question? Because you've used the word they multiple times.
We have to wait for
Wait for Q&A, I can't.
Was that the end of your comments?
Yes, that's
Thank you.
everything.
Okay. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 039-25? Anyone here in opposition? If you could come up, please.
afternoon. Christopher Stowe on behalf of the owners opposing this appeal. I think the director's report lays it out very well. The parking issues has been dropped, and even if it weren't, it falls in our favor. I would reiterate here that there's a lot of complaints from the neighbors here about issues on different properties at different times that are not before, so it asks the board to ignore those and focus on the issues at hand. And clearly here, I think we have the facts on our side here, both with the fixture count and it not being a lodging facility as alleged. Again, taking the permit application as it existed at the time, and frankly, there was just being no factual evidence of any of these alleged future violations. We'll be ready to answer any questions, and we have the owner available too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. Going off script a little bit. Zach Smith first, 1000 South Norman C. Francis. Fully support the staff recommendation here to kill this appeal. But I wanted to say something, as I heard something from that was said before, and I actually personally agree with it. It is ridiculous that the rear yards of these properties are being converted to parking. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's unfortunate that these are the ridiculous rules created by bathroom bills in the city of New Orleans because of unchecked regulation, which is just out there to basically penalize and try and prohibit. It's also ridiculous, and I can't dictate what was put on the screen, but if anybody looks at the site map for 2616, this is a property that enjoys a double full-length driveway on both sides of the property. And because of the ridiculous legislation, you guys have had to talk about the number of bathrooms on a previous one. You've had to talk about the number of bathrooms in cases before, where people are just trying to put 2, 3, 4, whatever bathrooms in. And so the idea that somehow we're even here talking about parking is, again, I'm going to use the word ridiculous, because this property has more parking than probably 2 city squares combined with the amount of off-street parking it has. But people have gone and put these ridiculous rules in, lobbied to put these ridiculous rules in, then people comply with these ridiculous rules, and it's still not good enough. It is absolutely ridiculous that it's 4:04 in the afternoon on a Monday in July, and we're here talking because people are trying to get into how many cars can fit on a lot. When go count them, it's 120 feet deep. There used to be 2 garages on the back corners. The only paving that's kept in the back were the original parking carports, which I have a survey of in case it's not in your file. The additional parking, which was required by this ridiculous law, was put in with permeable concrete. So there is no additional stuff here, and I'm sure that many people don't know this ridiculousness that's been involved, but it is absolutely absurd, I'm switching words here, that we're out here talking about parking, and do they have 5, 6, 7? Count them. They can fit 20 cars on this lot. We're only here because people that asked and chose and rammed these rules down people's throats without having a good neighbor kind of agreement of, hey, what works for everybody, they're still not happy with what they want. To give another quote, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
That's all very interesting, Mr. Smith, but Mr. McNamara, I think what I'd really like to know is where that diagram came from with the 43 feet, 1/2 inch, please. That's my main question, because that's a hard number that's being presented in opposition to my calculations from the survey of 2003. I can't find this drawing. Where is it, please?
Is at the end of your, we're at the
That's
public.
it.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Just,
I know
yeah,
Commissioner
go ahead.
Richards had a question during the public comment.
I feel like it's, the question specifically, which I'm not going to address to anybody here, was that there was a lot being conflated between Tulane University
Yep.
and private building owners, and I just am stating for the record, I could not follow it.
Well, and I'm actually double down on that one. The two are not related. What a university does with their institutional master plan has nothing to do with what other property owners are doing on the periphery of that site. So I think that there is some confusion as it pertains to how the university handles their master planning perspective. This is an individual property that has no ties to the university. So I understand your point, but we needed to, ma'am, and you're out of order. So, ma'am, you're out of order. So if you want to ask a question, come to the mic. But let's make sure we, hear me out. So I'm trying to help give some
Okay.
ground rules within this meeting, okay? So if you have a particular question, I need to make sure that we are staying to the actual application and addressing a question that applies to this property. Tulane University is not the,
Okay.
not
no,
part
it's-
of this
it's-
case.
That's what, and that was one of the reasons I was saying they, because it's both. Because, and the reason I'm saying that is that if you look on their websites, their social media websites, they.
Can we
But
be
again,
clear about they?
You're saying
who's
No,
they?
I'm saying, look, the private universities.
Tulane and
But
your
the-
board.
but Tulane is
kinda
not the
hard-
property owner.
Okay, I understand that, but when you
So
look
it has
on
no
there,
applicability
and
to
they
this
have
case.
off-campus, but when they have this for their new people that are coming in, and it says off-campus housing fair, okay? And then they go, and you go, and it's all the list, and it's like a cat, like basically, they have all the properties.
That's a marketing situation that works within that campus if they're gonna communicate with outside property owners that are renting apartments, which we have no oversight or review application on that piece. We're here to strictly review the application that Ms. Johnson applied for and the justification about the permit of this one given site. This isn't City Planning Commission, okay? So we're not part of the study, we're not part of how that application was created or how council ratified that piece. We're exclusively here to look at it within the limits of the CZO as it's currently authored, okay? And if the department made any errors when they issued a building permit as it pertains to this given site, everything on the master plan.
Place. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I thought that was supposed to come here. I mean, I apologize.
And that's all, I'm just trying to give context
Yeah.
so you understand really the venue that you're in.
Right.
And what really does apply in this conversation.
Right.
The university and what they do has nothing to do with this piece.
I think that's part of the problem, though, because it's like so many, like if we just had an idea of how many, maybe parking wouldn't be an issue. If it's like, okay, this is
That's a
what-
larger parking utility issue, but again,
Yeah.
it gets into private property and how people choose to park on their individual property. You're never gonna be able to regulate that on a master level unless it's handled as part of some other program. So
As long as they park on their property, then it's fine.
So, and that's actually the site that's before us. It's the
Yeah.
given parking spots that's on their property. So I'm gonna come back to the actual application that's before us, but I think it was important to help clarify and address what seems to be a constant point of misinformation. Sorry.
Okay, so I have a question then for the director is, can somebody clarify for me, or it might be a question for the applicant, but the word rooming house was used over and over again, and that is not a term that I'm aware of is in the CZO, and I believe it's only referenced in terms of short-term rentals. So I guess, Mr. McNamara, I'll put the question to you, what is a rooming house? And is this thing
Does it even apply?
anywhere close to a rooming house? I just would like to understand what we're talking about.
So, I'm often at a remiss is to try to comprehend some of the stuff that is said before the board as well. And given that, I don't know that I'm the appropriate party to weigh in on what what is going on in Ms. Johnson's mind,
Well, I think
as specifically
I
as
think
to.
the better question, because I know that
If
that
we-
statement came up before, is rooming house a term that's used in the
We can go into this, we can
CZO.
go in the definition
Yes.
sections and okay, the Ms. Johnson's here for us, I guess, if she wants to
Yeah,
pipe up.
Ms. Johnson,
But if you look in,
let him finish, sorry.
she can go while I'm looking. I don't mind.
She seems to have an answer related to
So
where
I'm-
it's
It's
at.
defined
I'm
under
s-
26.6.
It's right where I was headed, so I was going to read it to you. But if you would like me to read the definition in 26? Is that what the board's request is? Is a structure containing sleeping rooms where lodging and meals are provided for 5 or more unrelated persons, but containing less than 15 sleeping rooms. Sleeping rooms generally do not have private bathrooms or attached kitchens. In a residential zoning district, the minimum length of stay in a rooming house is 30 days. A rooming house with more than 15 sleeping rooms is considered a guest house. I don't know if you want me to go and look up the definition of guest house. Rooming houses may include restaurants where such are permitted with the underlying zoning.
A
So-
related term is family. 4 or fewer unrelated persons is one definition of the word family, as in one family, two family, multifamily. 4 or fewer unrelated persons is the limit for occupancy of a unit.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
I mean, it's,
we had this discussion before, because I don't think that a house that has multiple families residing in a single-family home would automatically equate to a rooming house. And I think that was what the discussion came to before. Just because there are unrelated persons living in a house does not automatically equate that house to a rooming house.
And I'm also add, you just even, in what you gave as a breakdown, in a breakdown of the definition, providing meals. That means it's a commercial function, which means a commercial kitchen, which is not a part of this plan. So that by, just that inherently in how it's defined versus how you're attempting to use it doesn't align.
Meals aren't necessarily part of the package.
But it's what's in the definition.
It's either or.
It's what's in the definition.
but see, this is the problem we keep getting into here, is that we are there's a request for the board to base decisions on speculative.
Speculation.
Yeah, speculation.
And that's fundamentally, that's the problem with these complaints. Now, I'm not saying that people will not act bad, that people will not do something that is against the CZO, but again, those will become zoning violations at that time. And just as a point of personal privilege, I have to take great umbrage at the ad hominem attacks on members of the Department of Safety and Permits, and specifically today, as was said about Mr. Breckman, who's someone who shows up every day at work, who works his butt off trying to better the city of New Orleans and help its citizens each and every day. And to hear him disparaged by Ms. Johnson is just, it's offensive on a personal level, and it is inconsistent with who he is as a resident of this city.
So to get us to
Back to
the
the question.
specific, not at all negating any of the comments made, but to try to get us back to the the discussion. And I think that was kind of where I was going with the question around the rooming house, because I don't know that we can immediately jump to, based on the information provided, that the proposed use is a rooming house. And I think from the, sorry, I'm getting, my brain is losing me for a moment. To get back to the response that the department made in their, get back to it, sorry. I lost my train of thought. If somebody else wants to
Well, I mean,
weigh in, go
I
ahead.
guess I have a question about how many addresses are there? Is there 2 addresses here? I mean, it's 2 apartments, right? Or it's two units, or 4 units, or however many units it is.
It's my understanding that this was a double that is converted to a single family.
Okay.
There's only one address listed on
Yeah,
here.
I mean, I guess I
think it went from 2216, 2218 to 2216.
Okay, and since we've been freewheeling here and talking about all this stuff, that I feel like I'm losing the plot here, but, you know, there's stuff that is in the zoning code, and then there are things that are just operations of a building. If I lease out, or if I'm a tenant in a building, and then, or if the owner of the building leases to somebody, that isn't our purview. That is something that I guess is, as you're saying, a zoning violation, and we're looking at the building itself and the way that the site is developed. How it is operated is, other than if they're not following the rules of how something's operated, that's enforcement and zoning.
And
just to be clear.
to your point, we are talking about a snapshot of what we're reviewing. And that's at the time that the application was made and the application was granted, these were the facts at that particular point in time. And when we deviate from that with speculation or some type of, and you know what, you might be right, but again, if that does come to fruition, then it creates another issue for the department to make sure that the zoning is properly enforced. But as it stands right now, what has been applied for, they're perfectly within the rights to have those.
So by right, I mean they've evidence that there's plenty of parking on the site. They have the number of bathrooms. I'm having trouble seeing what the argument is, honestly. So, because it's meeting as Zach was indicating that it's meeting what was required. So.
And I remember my my lost train of thought earlier, just going back to the descriptions in the University Overlay District. There isn't this either or scenario around this rooming house configuration. The way that the University Area Overlay District defines areas in the unit, it just speaks to bedrooms, it speaks to bathrooms. There's no reference to whether or not the occupants are related or not. It's purely just the descriptions of the rooms. Is your mic on?
That's, I think, some of the difficulties of I think that was Mr. Smith's point, as although probably wouldn't have articulated it in the same manner in which he did, but that kind of provides some of the difficulties with this issue, and to try to address which is a very real issue within the university area.
And then just going back to Commissioner Diaz's point, not minimizing if there are, and we just said this with the previous item, if there are legitimate violations that are discovered, there is a process to address those violations. But to presume a violation that has not yet happened is not something that we can appropriately use as a basis to say that a decision was in error made by the department.
Not only is it not appropriate for this board to do, it would not be appropriate for us to presume a violation. We need facts to bring a violation matter before a hearing officer.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? I know I may have confused this more.
No, and this
trying
is
to find my thoughts.
And I just have one last quick procedural question just to the department. When we receive these appeals, how do we qualify them in terms of what should and shouldn't be docketed in terms of that component?
I would defer to your legal counsel to those, to that specific issue. I don't know if it's appropriate me, in my position as to.
Oh, no, you're fine. And it's really, I'm throwing out a question. Yes, I did direct it to you, so it's probably just more to staff in general. Because at this point, this is something that we need to seriously evaluate in terms of applicability or when things should or should not be docketed.
But more generally to your question, if this was a matter that was in civil district court, I would, you would file a motion, pardon me? No, I think some, I
was
think.
putting my lawyer hat on, but never mind.
So, right, and basically you would say that, you would file an exception saying that the matter failed to state a claim upon which relief could be granted. And, that's, with all fairness to the staff, sometimes that's kind of hard to tell if you're not wearing your lawyer hat.
And that was what, I mean, I definitely hear what.
Because sometimes it looks like it does.
Yeah, and I feel like it may be problematic to jump to a conclusion. No pun intended.
Oh, no, yeah.
But I think I think what Mr. McNamara is saying is true. I don't know if it's fair to try to make those judgments before, on whether or not it should be docketed, I guess is what you're asking.
You were going to say, state something, Emily?
I was just going to address, because it is the BZA staff that intakes these and dockets them, so we're the ones reviewing them on the front end before we send them over to safety and permits if if we've deemed that it's a proper appeal.
Okay.
So we're just looking at mostly, A, was it submitted within 45 days of a written decision from safety and permits? And B, was that decision some sort of zoning decision?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So kind of looking at like completeness or validity of the application.
Yeah, and it has to meet Article, I forget the exact section, but in Article 4.8, there are, specific qualifications for this type of application.
But fair point, Commissioner James. I do, and that's why I tried to make a point of reiterating to the audience and to the applicant, because it's not a matter of there not being an appropriate avenue to go forward. But if there is ultimately a violation, to Mr. McNamara's point, the proper procedure is we don't address violations. We're addressing errors and decisions, which are different. So making sure that
I get that point, and I think, just being quite honest, my point is more just about the merit of the question that's at hand. And I understand that, look, I mean, that's why the process exists, for people to come in and apply. But I think it's just, we're just doing a ton of people a disservice at this point as it pertains to some of the questions that may come as it stands on this item. I mean, and I have some concern as it, just from that
Well, we
position
still
right
haven't
now.
heard where that diagram came from.
At this point, Ms. Johnson, that's up to the department if they wish to address that. I think for our purposes,
I'm not surprised they don't.
Again, it's always
I think
lovely
we're-
to be the recipient of an ad hominem attack by Ms. Johnson.
I think we're at the
I think I'm
point
in good company with Mr. Breckman.
I think we're at the point of making our decision. If there are any other questions from the board?
No.
Is there a motion?
If a motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Go back, sorry. None of my correction. Yeah, I'm good. Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 039-25, my motion is to deny the appeal, to move to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in interpretation of the CZO.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 039-25, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to uphold the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in that decision. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 040-25 for the property at 2322 St. Louis Street.
Good afternoon again. Dan McNamara, Chief Zoning Official for the City of New Orleans, regarding BZA 040-25 at 2322 St. Louis Street. 22-CSTR-05627 was issued for 2322 St. Louis Street. This license expired on June 6 of 2023. On June 12, 2023, the property owner, an 84-year-old gentleman, contacted the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the renewal of his CSTR. Throughout June and July, the property owner repeatedly reached out regarding the renewal process. On August 31, 2023, a temporary restraining order was issued in the matter of Hignell et al. Versus the City of New Orleans. As discussed more fully below, this TRO directly impacted the processing and issuance of the STR licenses in the City of New Orleans. This TRO was ultimately lifted on February 28th of 2024. 2 days later, on March 1st, 2024, the applicant emailed the department regarding the renewal of his CSTR and sought direction as to what specific documents were necessary to review. On March 27, 2024, the city sent an email notification regarding the updated renewal process, and in the email contained the following. There's a document there. Basically, it says, "Good afternoon, commercial STR license owners. Please be advised of the updated renewal process. As of June 8, 2023, pursuant to CZO 19.4.8.20, new commercial short-term rental permit applications can no longer be accepted. The applications are no longer available on One Stop. Please send your renewal documents via email to," and with the STR email address there, and it provides things that they should include. Please also note that effective July 1st, 2023, a noise monitoring device is required for all commercial short-term rentals. Applications will be processed in the order received. If you have any questions, please direct them to the str@nola.gov address. On March 28th, the holder sent an email to the city regarding his renewal and attached the documents in support of his application. The property owner's application was ultimately reviewed and issued in January of 2025. Applicant's primary claim concerns the failure of the property owner to renew his CSTR within 180 days of his expiration. While the applicant concedes that the property owner made attempts to renew throughout June and July of 2023, the applicant fails to address what ultimately caused the delay in the renewal. The director submits that the delay for renewing was not caused by the applicant. Rather, the delay was caused by the legal morass stemming from the STR litigation in federal court, as well as the processing backlog that it created. Specifically, a temporary restraining order was issued on August 31st, 2023 in the matter of Hignell et al. Versus the City of New Orleans. Because the TRO was so broadly worded and unclear, the city was prevented from taking any action regarding short-term rentals. This included the issuance of new short-term rentals, the renewal of existing short-term rentals, and enforcing violations of STR ordinances. As the terms of the TRO were so broad, the Department of Safety and Permits treated time and limitations on renewal as being tolled. Additionally, the requirement that renewal must be within 180 days of expiration was similarly tolled. This unique and limited confluence of events prevented many NSTR and CSTR holders from timely renewing. This caused a backlog of thousands of applications for both new and renewed, as well as commercial and non-commercial short-term rental applications. Under such circumstances, penalizing an applicant for delay that they did not cause would be unjust. Applicants who initiated renewal applications within the 180 days from the TRO being lifted were allowed to go through the renewal process and were not penalized for having to wait for the backlog to clear. The property owner was such an applicant. Applicant also asserts two claims in support of their argument that the renewal should have been denied based on City Code Section 26-617A7. That ordinance reads as follows. Pardon me. An owner of a property with outstanding taxes, fines, fees, or penalties levied by the city, or that has been found liable of an unabated violation of the city code by an administrative hearing officer or court shall not be eligible for a short-term rental owner permit with respect to said property. Applicant's first claim is that the alleged violation of ordinances regarding short-term rental activity warranted denial. Detrimental to the claim is the ordinance's clear language that the violations have been adjudicated for this section to apply. The facts of this case demonstrate that no such adjudication had taken place at the time of the application was processed. Therefore, this claim is without merit. Applicant next asserts that outstanding property taxes rendered the CSTR ineligible for renewal. Contrary to the assertions of the applicant, there were no outstanding taxes owed by the property owner at the time of processing. In fact, as demonstrated by the applicant's own submission, the property taxes were due on February 28th of 2025. The application at issue was processed and issued in January of 2025. At that time, the property taxes were not assessed, due, or delinquent. This claim is without merit. The last claim by the applicant is the department should have denied the renewal for failure to submit the annual fire inspection report as required by City Code Section 26-67F5. As noted above, the 2024 renewal process was plagued by litigation delays and application backlogs. The March 27, 2024 email does not reference the annual fire department requirement. The applicant provided the documentation listed in the email. Under ideal circumstances, applicants are informed of deficiencies and asked to correct them. To the extent that the requirement was overlooked during this period, the unique circumstances existing should not be cause of denial unless there was a warranted disregard of the obligation. That simply is not the case here. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant, if you could give your name and address. for the
Josh
record.
Zuckerman, 2320 St. Louis Street. Before we get started, we had filed some supplemental material at the beginning of June. I believe Ms. Hernandez can verify. There was an email, I think it was June 2nd. In the June meeting, we automatically got deferred because of this submission. I do not believe it made it into the packets. I don't know if y'all want to suspend the rules. I did bring copies. If we don't want to suspend the rules, I would rather hear it today than defer.
Do we need to suspend the rules if it was timely submitted? Just checking.
It would be from Julia Zuckerman, not Josh.
Is this the supplemental brief sent on June 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, one moment.
Do you have a copy of it with you? Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
And either way, I can just tell you that I don't have any objection if you were to suspend the rules, if it's an issue to allow it to come in.
I just wasn't sure if we needed to, if it, uh-huh.
It doesn't look like it is, but I think she can email it.
And I'm sorry for taking up more of your time.
I think y'all
It was June 2nd at 11:44 a.m.
Is that the response
yeah.
from her?
That's the result.
I've also heard the city's having some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
can't
you
help
take your
myself.
shots where you can, brother. That's not a problem.
Yeah, probably.
All right, I just did a Control F. I do not find supplemental brief in the Granicus packet. It is in the llama file, and it just appears it was excluded from the Granicus packet.
Got it.
So if the board would like to make a motion.
So moved. And
Second.
how many copies do you have?
Enough, I think I have 9.
That's fine. And I mean, as long as you have it as well, have it digitally as well, right? Yeah. All right. We'll be able to take the hard copy, so just hand it to staff and they'll distribute it.
We have a motion, I need a second. We have a motion on the floor, waiting on a second. Oh,
I think I seconded it.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
just making sure.
Yeah.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Richards to suspend the rules to receive documents that were timely submitted but not included as part of the record. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Aye.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Jason Richards. And Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Okay, now you can go ahead with your comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, board, for volunteering your time to hear our case today. Thank you to staff, both BZA and Safety and Permits. It's not an easy job. A little bit about me is I'm not an attorney, but I did used to work for the city, and I'm thankful I have a little familiarity with this process because it's not easy. Over the past few years, I've watched as my block slowly became a miniature hotel zone. When we moved there were 5 homes filled with families, and now there are 3 Airbnbs with an ever-rotating gaggle of guests coming in and out. It's hard watching your neighbors leave only to be replaced with out-of-state trusts with deep pockets. But I believe the department made a mistake in granting this permit for 3 reasons. 1, the non-conforming use had lapsed. 2, the applicant had outstanding property taxes. And 3, the applicant had outstanding STR violations. First, the TRO was lifted on February 28th, 2024. The applicant emailed on March 1st, 2024, showing that the applicant knew that he needed to submit his application at that time. However, the application was never submitted. The submission didn't occur until January of 2025. Once the application was submitted, it was timely processed by the department and granted. Second, the department agrees that outstanding taxes, properties with outstanding taxes should not be granted a permit. Unfortunately, the department inconsistently applies the word outstanding. When issuing ABO or healthy homes permits, the department requires taxes be paid prior to issuance, even if the taxes are not overdue. In this case, the department reads the word outstanding to mean overdue. When looking at which one of these 2 readings is correct, Black's Law Dictionary defines outstanding as unpaid or uncollected. Looking up the word outstanding in other dictionaries, including Merriam-Webster, Cambridge, Dictionary.com, Britannica, Collins Dictionary, Oxford Learner's Dictionary, and the Law Dictionary reveal substantially similar meanings. Therefore, it sounds like the interpretation of outstanding used by the department in cases of healthy homes and ABO is correct and should have been applied here. Using that reading, the applicant did have outstanding taxes at the time the permit was issued, therefore the permit should not have been issued. And finally, the department says that we cite, I think, CZO, but really we're citing the June 8th, 2023 departmental memorandum, which has the force of law, which stipulates that for a CSTR to qualify for an automatic renewal as a non-conforming use, that there are, quote, no outstanding STR violations for any STR use located on the lot. Similar to the previous point, this requires a plain language understanding of the word outstanding. In this context, Merriam-Webster, Britannica, and Dictionary.com all define outstanding as something that is, quote, continuing to exist. Cambridge and Oxford Learner's Dictionary both define outstanding as something that is, quote, not yet solved. Here, the violation cases existed, in fact, on the date of renewal and continue to exist today. As such, the violations were both, quote, continuing to exist and, quote, not yet solved at the time of renewal. Consequently, there was and still are outstanding STR violations on the property that prohibit renewal of a CSTR permit as a non-conforming use. Therefore, this permit should not have been granted. In summary, the department erred in granting this permit for 3 reasons. Once again, non-conforming use had lapsed, the property was ineligible due to outstanding taxes owed, and the property was ineligible due to outstanding STR violations on the lot. For those reasons, I ask the board to rescind the CSTR permit at 2322 St. Louis. Thank you.
Julia Zuckerman, 2320 St. Louis. I'm going to be pretty short. My husband summed up the majority of our arguments. I just want to again say that we cite for the outstanding violations, we're resting that argument on the June 8th, 2023 memo, which says that there are no outstanding STR violations for STR use. Since there was an outstanding violation, there's nothing in that memo says anything about how it has to be an adjudicated violation. It just says outstanding violation. That prohibited them from an automatic renewal. They still could have sought a determination of non-conforming use from the department, but they did not do that. Instead, they were automatically granted a renewal, which is a misinterpretation of the requirement set by the memo. That was never appealed. Also, the property owner, as you can see from the documents in the packet, has a history of not timely paying their property taxes. It is not fair that the department requires taxes to be paid, for instance, for healthy homes, for ABOs, for any of the other myriad of permits. But then when it comes to this particular property, they allow the taxes that were assessed because the bill was issued to not stand in the way, and went ahead and granted the permit even though the property owner still owed those taxes, and as of a few months ago, still owed taxes on the property. So at this rate, we're probably not going to get our property taxes for this year until next year when it's time for him to renew again, which sets a very dangerous precedent. That's why we require the payment of taxes up front, is to prohibit exactly these types of situations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 040-25? Anyone here in opposition? If you could come up, please.
Excuse me, could I sit at that table, because I would have trouble standing for more than about 2 minutes. Come on.
Can you, do you think it's easier to just bring that mic?
Yeah, bring that mic to him.
Oh, he's.
It would have been, yes.
That would have been much nicer.
That would have been.
I didn't realize it was wireless.
I didn't either.
And I was looking at the mic on the table and forgetting that wireless one. Sorry about
Wish I
that.
had known, I'm sorry. Thank you. Stay, okay.
All right, if you could give us
Good
your name
afternoon,
and
ladies
address.
and gentlemen. My name is Philip Amos. I'm the owner of the property. My address is 5008 Hurst Street, Metairie, Louisiana. Okay? Give you a little bit of short amount of background. The one thing that I think that the applicant has failed to share with you is she is my next door neighbor. And we purchased a property roughly 2023, and the purpose of it was what it's used for, commercial short-term rental. We have been in compliance with every last thing that has ever been addressed. The attorney read to you the report of the Department of Building and Safety. They addressed every issue applicant brought up, missed none whatsoever, and found in my favor in every last one of them. It becomes obvious that the applicant has an agenda, which is the desire to get me out of there no matter what. I learned through a property manager and so forth that her main concern was that since it was a commercial short-term rental, that her child was in danger. And this is the basis behind all of this. Because if you read her report and her rebuttal and all that she has gone through, you find that it had to be more than just were taxes paid or was a fire department application completed on the correct or the proper date. This application from this lady is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion. Now, getting on our side, all of the tenants or applicants that we have used have all been through Airbnb. If you go to Airbnb under the address of this property, you will find that the overall rating is about a 4.7 to a 5, which is almost perfect. You'll go in there and you can check the comments from the people who have rented there, and it's nothing but sterling. In fact, I will say to you that if every short-term rental treated their property the way we treat our property, there would be no need to have oversight, because we go out of our way to make sure, not just for her, not just for the neighborhood, but for our own financial investment, that our property remains valuable. And you're not going to have a valuable piece of property if you have wild parties running in and out, and you have anti-Semitics, and you have sexual deviance and all the things that we all are familiar with. None of those happen in our property. Our neighborhood should be very blessed to have us there as the landlords that we are. And frankly, I'm at a cross between being angry and just plain disgusted. And I'll just keep my viewpoints to myself. Oh, and by the way, I understand that they just submitted to you some form of an addendum or an amendment. Where's my copy? Nobody ever, oh, and by the way, it'd be nice if I had something, you know? Thank you very much. And, you know, in closing, if this person had an issue, had an objection, and had any sort of civility, I would have been greeted with a bowl of fruit, a box of candy, a handshake, an introduction, a knock on the door. No. What was I given? I was given a copy from your agency that she had filed a potpourri of complaints. I've never met the woman before, never seen her, never knew her face until right here today.
That's the end of your time, sir.
I'm done. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition? If you could come up, please. You may just need to pull the mic back up.
Good afternoon. Somebody have to help me out. Rotate this way. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. Bradley Yee, 2306 St. Louis Street, in full support of the department's review of the gentleman's situation. It is a very unfortunate situation. You know, these nice folks are opposed to commercial short-term rent. So the only thing I would add is, if the realtor, or while they were searching for their property or a property, if they would have looked closely at the zoning uses, the zoning, and they would have known, I guess they purchased a property sometime in 2018, that it's a permitted use. And I'm sure this is the same thing this gentleman did prior to purchasing the property. And in that event, then she wouldn't have the issue of these properties converting into commercial short-term rentals, which are permitted, or were permitted by use. One other thing I will add, with the blanket statement to owners having deep pockets, I'm a mid-city resident, local, born and raised here. I'm a career waiter, 15 years in the French Quarter, far from deep pockets. So I'll leave it at that. Good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
So the property owner in question here is actually the Amos Trust. It is not Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos is not my neighbor. I would not knock on his door, because if I did, I would be knocking on the door of a commercial short-term rental. I believe Mr. Amos lives in Metairie. I'm certainly not going to go and track him down in Metairie. I have communicated with their property manager. They're not great, quite frankly. I'm the one that brought the trash cans in for Hurricane Ida. He did not come and check on his property for several days. That doesn't matter. That's not before us. I will also say to Mr. Bradley Yee, we purchased our house, yes, in 2018. At that time, I do not believe a CSTR was a permitted use, because that zoning came in 2019. So I did not move to the nuisance. The nuisance came to me. I specifically picked my property next to other single-family homes in front of a beautiful park. What I now have is a mini hotel where 3 out of the 7 homes are commercial STRs. I will say that the Airbnb rating is not relevant, but I will also tell Mr. Amos, your balconies are rotting. It is only a matter of time until somebody falls off of them.
If you can keep your comments directed to the board.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm actually going to end right there. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you.
You're very right. That was inappropriate. Thank you.
Quick point of correction. When I had made the statement about we were neighbors, I was referring to the 2322 St. Louis property, not where I personally live.
Gotcha. And so look, just for the sake of sticking to our rules, let's just stay to the agenda. And if we ask a question of anybody at that time, please just reserve your comments until we ask.
And I'll just be very brief. My opening statement, I made very clear, I don't like the commercial short-term rentals on my block. But what I'm asking this board to do is to rule on the merits. And if they had done everything by the book, I don't think we would be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I guess I can start since everyone is quiet at the moment. But I did-
Excuse me, one quick response, if I may.
No, it's
No,
not.
that's why I
So
made the
what-
comment earlier.
Yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner James just mentioned, unless we
I'm sorry.
direct a question to you. Mr. McNamara, I don't know if it's easier for you to just use the, yeah. So I know the main point that the applicant brought out was the, I don't want to say main, but one of the points at issue is the taxes and referencing the taxes being outstanding. And going to the description or the response in your report referenced that they were not yet due. And I'm gonna just use the exact, because I just want to get to the point of what is considered outstanding
Well-
for purposes of this part of the
I was just
CZO.
admitting that the application was reviewed in January and the tax assessment came out in January. They're almost contemporaneous. And again, you have time in which to pay your taxes. There
'Cause they're
was reference
issued-
made to other licenses that have been issued by the City of New Orleans. There's references made to the Healthy Homes Program. I can tell you that generally speaking, what we're talking about, those are taxes that have yet to been remitted to the City of New Orleans. For example, if you want to take the example of alcoholic beverage outlets, for example, those taxes are due, they're supposed to be paid on a monthly basis. So you could have a alcoholic beverage outlet having its permits renewed, even though they have yet to submit the receipts for the taxes that they've collected on behalf of the City of New Orleans. I would like just to take another point of personal privilege is again, which is along the same lines of earlier, that, you know, I'm always, don't like those ad hominem attacks that we often hear. The Zuckerbergs are fine folks. Miss Stimson's daughter is a fine woman, and as is the gentleman. And with that, the city just submits this on its pleadings, and we just ask you guys to rule.
Yeah, and that's why I just wanted to get clarity, because I think there was, I don't want to say dispute, but there was definitely differences in understanding what outstanding meant, and just trying to get clarity around that piece, because taxes being, a tax bill being issued, even if it were issued simultaneously, is not the same as, I guess what you're looking at is delinquency as opposed to.
And I think if you look at the tax bill, it tells when that
right,
tax bill is due. And of course, it's not due on the day that. So why technically you have outstanding taxes, but again, there was no delinquency in that. And I'm sorry, though I don't want to disparage folks, I certainly hear muttering from over there. But again, those were rather contemporaneous events, was the issuance of that tax bill as well as the issuance of the SDR license.
Okay.
So just to be clear, what you mean is outstanding balance is what you'd see as if like that's what you still have to pay, but it's not delinquent. It's not delinquent.
That's the
what
bill
I'm
that
trying to
came
understand.
in. That's correct, sir.
Exactly. That's why I want to be doubly clear.
Dan, can you stay up there? Because I think we're going to have several questions for you. So, how are similarly treated, like, how does the city treat the outstanding issue? Because I think, like, we're being asked to make a decision that could have, like, ripple on consequences for many other properties. And then, like, do we have to go back and, you know, so is there a moratorium on issuing permits from January 1st to February 28th if people haven't paid their tax bills?
There's not a moratorium based on what you've,
yeah,
as in the manner in which you described. There is currently a commercial short-term, an IZD was put in place regarding commercial short-term rentals, new commercial short-term rental permits.
Yeah, sorry, I probably stated the question poorly, and I used the bad word moratorium. But essentially, does the city as a policy for all properties treat CSTR renewals in the manner that the applicant is stating? Because they're making the assertion that outstanding means it's due or something like that, and then, you know, you issue some of these renewals in January and February.
That's correct. I mean, I think that's what the issue is to the particular facts of this case, as we're talking about the issuance of a tax bill as at the same time that applicant was trying to have their short-term rental application or renewal application processed, and that you have some kind of overlap there. So I don't know how the city would be able to be put in a position to guide its ultimate. For example, if I'm going through the process, my tax bill comes out on the 10th, and well, we're going to deny that now because your tax bill just came out, even though you've been waiting this whole time for the application to be processed. I just don't think that is a correct reading of the law, nor is it the intent of the law regarding that. Now, if there is an outstanding thing, you've failed to pay your alcohol, you failed to remit your sales taxes, you failed to pay your property taxes, you failed to do those kind of things, those certainly would prohibit you from getting a license issued until that was rectified.
Great. So given the way that the department has operated, this, relative to the taxes, this permit was issued sort of in the way that all other permits are issued.
That's correct. I don't see, well, there are all those complications that we discussed earlier of how the federal litigation just threw us into, it threw a lot of confusion as to what we could do. And I was not in the department at that time. I was actually in front of the judge arguing that particular TRO was so broad that it handcuffed the city from doing anything related to short-term rentals.
Right, fair, and that timeline was laid out for us in great detail.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, and I have great sympathy because my entire block is now STRs. I mean, I don't have any neighbors. I used to have lots of neighbors. But my street is zoned commercial and everything, all my apartments next to me are now STRs. So, with that said, is a motion in order?
Well,
Or,
Did you have an,
yes, I just wanted to give the applicant one more, I know we've been here forever, and I'm sorry, but,
yes, and we're getting word that we have to.
oh, we have to go?
Yes.
Oh.
But go ahead with your.
Sorry, just as a real quick question. You referenced these violations without any evidence that I could see in the record about, they're in the packet?
Copies of the listings, those are taken, those are from the department.
Yeah.
Exhibits 3. Yeah, exhibit 3. You'll see the dates and all of those marks where it says like 1/18/25, no license over occupancy. That's all from the department.
And then to the director, did these occur during the moratorium?
No, the date that they occurred is up at the top in their note. So, for instance, this one occurred on January 30th, 2025, where it's listed over occupancy.
And again, I think that if it was listed on January 30th and the permit was issued on what date?
February 4th, so these were in there. They also go back, there's January 8th, 2025, and then I believe there's also one in December 6th, 2023.
Again, with the December one, you're going to get, that one's going to be caught up in the federal
Moratorium.
Not the temporary
Or
restraining
TRO,
order.
sorry, words are bad.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's December 6th, 2024. It was after,
Well, that
more
one
than 6
wouldn't.
months after the moratorium ended.
And again, these were applicants who are still in processing. The federal court's activity, restraining the city from processing these applications caused numerous people who were otherwise entitled to have short-term rental licenses from being able to do that. And again, it caused a backlog, and I understand the applicant's position, but that caused a backlog of thousands of renewal permits, not to the fault of the applicants. And I'm not going to say, I'm going to say that generally speaking. I'm not going to say
Right,
that
yeah.
to all of them, but not, and because the city was having such difficulty, given the limited manpower of actually getting to all those people and processing all those renewal applications.
Thank you.
Violation is for listing over occupancy.
And just to address that, a violation for over-occupancy is not necessarily a death sentence on a commercial short-term rental license.
Thank you.
So I want to keep us from having, so I think were there any other questions from the board?
No, not